please welcome my guest this evening, Kadu.
Hi.
Hello, hello. Welcome in, Kadu.
Nice to be here.
Happy to have you, man. So, I was lurking a little bit in your stream earlier tonight that you were playing a bunch of different games. You were playing Elden Ring, you were playing some Super Auto Pets, just having a good time.
Yeah, at a very nice stream. I became weirdly addicted to Super Autopets recently, and it's great chat tolerates it.
Well, I enjoy Magic the Gathering a lot and card games in general, so it's been fun watching people do auto battlers because I feel like that's sort of one step removed from TCGs. I know General Giga plays a lot of Super Auto Pets. That's where I first saw it. I'm not sure where you picked it up, but that's been one. I haven't picked up the game myself yet, but I enjoy watching, and I enjoy watching auto battlers as a whole.
I found it through watching Ludwig, to be fair, and it's a weirdly satisfying game because I won't lie when I say, let's see, I probably already have about 100 hours in that game, and a lot of it is off stream.
Oh, wow. Well, hey, that's good. But if a game is good enough that you want to keep playing it off stream, it means you legitimately enjoy it.
It's a very fun game. Very fun. I recommend playing it. It's also free, so might as well.
Definitely. Also, I realize I sort of just jumped right into everything. I'm assuming most people in chat are already familiar with you, but for anyone who might not be, or for anyone who's watching this on YouTube after the fact, if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Kadu. I'm a Blue Necker variety streamer. I think that's usually what I say. I play a bunch of different games, and I do things. I don't know. I'm just variety, to be fair. Just variety.
I believe one of the terms that you've used to describe yourself is very blurst.
Blurst is an old one I used to use a lot. I used to say wholesomely cursed.
Yes.
I had a random chatter call me a niche micro celebrity. So I say that now because that's very funny to say.
What is every streamer if not a niche micro celebrity?
I would love to be a C-list creator.
Also, Mermaid Hina and Korota SCP, thank you for the follows. So, obviously, like you said, you're a variety streamer. You do a lot of different things. You've been into Valorant, a good amount of Fortnite lately, and naturally, the character you use in Fortnite is a blue cat girl. I don't think there's a model that quite matches yours, but when I first saw you playing Fortnite with that model, I was like, yeah, that's probably the closest thing that he's got to his own. And to be fair, it is pretty close.
It's very close. It's also I think like the same shade of blue as well, which makes it even better.
Yes, yeah, very on brand. And actually, it matches with my own background that I've always had this sort of combination of blues going on. I just enjoy the color palette, and you fit in very nicely there. So it definitely matches tonight.
To be fair, blue wasn't one of my favorite colors, but it's the color I chose to use for like my main color for the sheer fact that before I was a VTuber, I would have a diamond as my logo, and I was like, oh, I'll just keep the blue from the diamond and make that the main color I have.
Because you do still have that you have the little pin on your scarf that I didn't actually notice it for some time, but then I saw it being used in a couple of your emotes. And it was after that I started realizing, oh, wait a minute, that little thing right there on the scarf, that's the diamond. Because the Oshi mark that you use on Twitter is not a diamond, you use sushi.
Yes. Well, I love sushi, and I was like, oh, cat sushi, it makes sense.
It
but
does.
I kept the diamond because I wanted to have at least a small reminder of what I used to be before VTubing. Considering I've been streaming way before VTubing.
Yeah, that's one thing that you mentioned to me when we spoke earlier this week, and you talk about a fair bit on your own streams that you've done streaming for a while, and in the age range of VTubers, you are on sort of the lower end of the spectrum. And I know I'm not a VTuber myself, but I fall sadly on sort of the more boomerish side. I like to think I'm not that old, but you know, as weird as it is to say, when you're in your late 20s, that means that you're kind of a boomer in this community. So I guess that's what I am.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am on the younger side. I'm 20, and I've been streaming since I was 15, I think, actually. I first started playing this like Minecraft though, strictly only Minecraft.
I feel like that's where a lot of people started. That obviously Minecraft is one of the most streamed games in the world, so it's not super surprising to hear that. And it's definitely one of the first games that a lot of people streamed. So hearing that for you, while that is new information to me, it isn't super shocking, but it's cool that you were able to, start there and then branch out, because I know some people sort of just stick with that, and some people obviously continue streaming, others don't. But for you going on 5 years, that's a lot. And that even though you are on the younger end, I suppose, that you are still actually more experienced on average than most streamers. And definitely shows that you always have a lot of energy and just a lot of fun. And you very much embrace yourself, I feel.
I try to, because when I became a VTuber, I didn't know about the whole playing the character side at first. So I basically used it because I didn't want to do face camming anymore. So I used to do a lot of face camming streams. All those clips and everything is deleted, so good luck trying to find anything, guys. But it was just so much effort, and I was like, oh, VTubing is nice, because I was always told before VTubing that you had to have face cam to be a good streamer, so that people have a character or a face to connect you with your streams. So I was like, oh, yeah. VTubing, I guess people can do that instead.
Yeah, and you mentioned playing a character, and that's one thing, especially for me as someone who's now run this talk show for over a year, and this is episode 58, actually, that I feel over the past year and a half, really, that the idea of playing a character has receded somewhat. That I definitely think earlier on in VTubing's spread that it was very much a thing, because you see that a lot in the higher level agencies, so naturally that concept sort of proliferated downward. And I feel like at first it was somewhere around 50-50 of people who were either a character versus mostly themselves. And I think over the past year, I've seen that bleed much more toward people just being themselves, that people have branding still, certainly. And that's a big part of VTubing, of having something recognizable, whether it be your model, your backgrounds, how you conduct yourself. But I think that's regardless of if you're a VTuber or a streamer or a content creator of any stripe, that you want to have good branding. And I think it's just easier to have distinctive branding as a VTuber than as a facecam streamer, but that in general, most people have started, at least on average, more so than a year ago, really just being themselves.
Mm-hmm. It's really nice actually seeing the whole change, because I was a VTuber in 2020. Yeah, 2020 when it started. It's like it was like way before the boom and everything. So I saw it really early on how it is. It's really nice seeing now that a lot of people, instead of relying on like a character that they made or like some sort of gimmick, it's really, their branding is really more just personality based, which is what basically IRL content is. And it's really nice seeing the similarities, because I like comparing IRL creators and VTubers lots, because they like mesh so well together, but also so different at the same time.
Yeah, it's been really interesting as an observer, as a viewer, to sort of watch the evolution. That I fell into all of this in late 2020, as most people did, at least I would say statistically, with the introduction of whole IBN. Obviously, there was a lot of people doing VTubing already, but I sort of point to that as the catalyst for what really led to the big boom in late 2020 and early 21. But it's been a very fun year and a half for me, and it's always interesting hearing from people who were already in it even before then, because for you all, even more so than me, that this has been a very wild ride of the past 2 years.
It's been a very interesting time, because it's so different than what it used to be, but I kind of like it a lot, because I know there's some people that doesn't like how much has changed since 2020 and now. I love it so much. It's weird to put into words, but it's just great.
Yeah, and you see this type of thing really with any area of content creation, whether it be a, a particular community or really just streaming as a whole, that as the medium and as the community matures, just given time to sort of go through its initial growing pains and sort of shaking out as a whole, figuring out how people conduct themselves. It's very much a journey, and it's something that never ends. That my guess is a year or two from now, VTubing is going to look very different even from now. And that's one of the things of just the internet in general means that things move very, very quickly, and especially when it comes to internet-based technology. And that's sort of how VTubing was able to become widespread, because rewind the clocks 5 years, you have Kizuna, who's basically the only VTuber by virtue of them needing a $10,000 plus set of VR rigs and motion capture, because you don't have VTube Studio, you don't have VC. I'm blanking on the name of I think it's VC3D for
VC Face.
VC Face, thank you.
Yes.
That these programs don't exist, so just by virtue of barrier to entry, VTubing can't be widespread to begin with, and now we have this. So what type of technology are we going to have 6 months, 12 months, 24 months from now? And it's really, only things that we can imagine. When it comes to gaming, like you mentioned, you started with Minecraft. You, like many people, have been into Elden Ring a lot lately. One type of game that you mentioned to me that I haven't seen you play as much, and that I feel like I don't see as often in VTubing, is that you're into rhythm games.
I love rhythm games a lot. I don't stream rhythm games specifically because although I'm able to, and people like point it out when I play certain rhythm games like Muse Dash, I'm able to read chat while playing it. It's very hard to interact with chat.
For sure.
So I very much stray away from playing those games.
Okay, that does make sense.
Yeah.
Obviously, rhythm games is pretty wide. You have a particular either series or style of rhythm games that are your favorite?
Oh, when I was a kid, when I had a PS2, we had a DDR mat, like the ones you can have your own.
Yeah.
And we had two of them, and we'd bring out the DDR mat, and I would play like Dance Dance Revolution for like hours on end. And my parents was fine with it, because oh, it's DDR.
Exercise.
You're moving. It's not just playing a game, so they were okay with it. It was so fun to do that. And then later on, we got like Guitar Hero. I started playing that more, but I think my favorite one is DDR. Do or Die. It's such a fun game, and I love going to the arcades now when I do, and just play on the DDR machines or just the rhythm game machines in general, because they're just something. I like music a lot, and games mixed with music just seems like a great combination.
Yeah. I'm very much into music myself. I played trombone actively for over 10 years. I haven't played recently since graduating college, but music has always been a very big part of my life, and I like to think that I am good at having a basic proficiency at most rhythm games, but I've never been super deep into any specific one, or able to do like the highest level. But I love watching people who are expert level at different rhythm games, whether it be something like Muse Dash or DDR. That the folks who do DDR, go to arcades on the regular, and you can see in the way they move that they have memorized the steps, or that they are just working so quickly mentally, and that they are so adept at it that you get people, whether it be leaning on the back bar and just using their legs and their upper half almost doesn't move, or some people get into it to the point where they're actually actively dancing and doing these extra motions that aren't even part of the game, because they are enjoying it so much and they are actually feeling the music to that degree. Or just people who are lightning fast with their thumbs, and that they're able to keep up with these different games. One of my past guests, Snee, I'm not sure if you're familiar with her, she will just super casually, perfect, full combo, highest level Muse Dash songs while reading chat. It's kind of mind-boggling.
It's a very satisfying game to play and to watch as well. Especially the Muse Dash thing, since Muse Dash I think is one of the very easier rhythm games to play and shoot at the same time. It's really satisfying to just play the game and play like a very high level, like a 10-star difficult song, and reach at the same time, because chat's like, how do you do this? And you're just like, oh, it's easy. You just spam the keys and you do it correctly. You do easy full combos. I would like to play more rhythm games on stream. I just need to find ones that I can play as while keeping chat like interactive with them.
Yeah, that I definitely know from just seeing you and just in general that if you're streaming, being able to keep up with chat and read chat is something that is very important, and I can appreciate that you don't want to let that slip when you're playing a game, and wanting to make sure that if you're going to do something like that, that you'd be able to keep up with both. So I hope that you're able to get to that point, but I can also appreciate that that is a very tall ask for anyone.
Yeah, well, you have to be able to interact with chat if you're streaming. If it's just like a one-on-one and you're just playing a game, you gotta, or just doing something, you gotta help interact with chat. Even like big streamers, like really big streamers interact with chat, even if they're not reading all their messages, they still have like the coherent mindset, or if chat's enjoying it or not. It's a skill you need to do. So I always try to make sure it's like at least performing all right.
Mm-hmm. And knowing that you like rhythm games, rather, perhaps it's the other way around, knowing that you play instruments makes it so that your interest in rhythm games is very logical, I suppose. That it's not something that you've done on stream for pretty obvious reasons, but you mentioned to me that you play violin, ukulele, and guitar. Obviously, ukulele and guitar being relatively similar, but violin being pretty different.
Actually, yeah, I did play a lot of violin when I was in middle school and elementary. I was in the orchestra club, and I remember I played it for about, I played it for about 3 years, violin. And I didn't mention this, but I also did about a year and a half of cello. Because in middle school, we didn't have enough cello players, but we had like 2 cello players and like, I want to say like 40 violinists, which is a lot different, which is a lot, it's a very big gap. So our teacher was like, if anybody wants to, the school will supply you with the instrument if any violinists want to switch to cello. And I was like, I'll try it. It's a nice instrument.
That's actually a pretty common thing, that violin is the very classic instrument. Cellos are big, they're naturally more expensive, and they're just kind of a pain to lug around. And the fact that they don't always have the melody sometimes makes them less appealing for new players. This also actually exists in bands, because you see trumpet and flute being super common, but things like trombone or euphonium or the lower voices end up having smaller numbers. And I actually had a very similar situation myself, that I played violin for half a year in 4th grade, and it was just a super busy year for me, so my parents had me drop it. And when I got to middle school, a lot of my friends were still doing band and orchestra, and they were having a great time. So I asked my parents, can I join a music ensemble again? They were letting me, and my initial inclination was toward trumpet. And I spoke with the band director at my middle school, and she was like, well, you're about to go into 7th grade, and if you're just picking up an instrument, you'd probably have to go in the beginning band, but at that point, that means that you're with the 6th graders and not with your friends in 7th grade, especially if it's trumpet, because there are so many trumpets. But we have no trombones in the 7th grade. So if you're willing to put in the work, and, I will give you the benefit of the doubt, and if you do trombone, you can start in the intermediate band with the 7th graders who are your friends. And it was like, fine, done, deal. And that's how I wound up on trombone instead of trumpet.
That's hype. My orchestra was a bit different. We had it was only one. It was it was a mixture of different grades. I think when I was in middle school, it was like I was in 6th grade. We had 6th graders, but we also had like some 8th graders and 7th graders in the class as well. It was pretty cool. I remember in middle school there was one sad time. It was like my last ever like concert, because we would learn like several songs and then play them at nights for the school, and like have like family and friends join that. I remember the last night we joined it. It was supposed to be our pop culture, pop culture concert. Is like what they called it.
Yeah, the pops.
And we would learn like a few pop songs. And the one pop song I do remember knowing is the whole class learned to play "Rolling in the Deep," because that was like a relevant song when that came out when I was in middle school. But it sucked because I got pneumonia.
Like, oh no!
The few days before, because I had pneumonia as a kid once, and I was told, and it's true, when you get it once, you're more likely to get it again. I've had it like 3 times in my life. It's fine. I got it, and I was so disappointed that I was not able to attend. It was my last concert I ever did, so I never joined orchestra after that because I just wasn't able to. I just wasn't able to because of other activities I wanted to do. I was like, oh, what a sad way to end it off. Oh my goodness.
I feel like we need the Kadu resurgence arc in orchestra somehow. I don't know how it would happen now, but that's disappointing. But you know, it happens sometimes.
I don't trust myself with the cello anymore. Oh, I think I've told this story once on my stream. It's a long story, but
hey, it's a talk show by all means.
I once broke, not like fully broke, but like, you know, in like with cellos, the neck part of it where the string is.
Yep.
If you looked at like let me look at the cello real quick so I can like explain where the curve is on the back of the cello, right?
Yeah.
I cracked that on accident. It didn't break, but it was cracked almost fully. But I was this is so mean to say this, but I was able to hide the fact that I broke it for a while until I was able to quote unquote frame another classmate in breaking it.
Oh my gosh, Kadu!
They didn't get in trouble. They didn't have to pay for it. The teacher was fine. But the story was, we had a really important concert coming up, and I didn't fully know the song because I just started playing cello, and we were like, it was like a few days before it, but we needed more cellos. I was like, I'll do it. I'll just work really hard to learn the song. So our teacher was like, you could take one of the school cellos home. And I was like, cool, sweet. It's a heavy thing to carry. But it was fine. We ended school, and before I would go to home, I would walk a few blocks to the nearest bowling alley and then bowl there because I was in the bowling club. I can talk about that later.
And we're gonna definitely get to bowling later.
Yeah, but I bowled my 2 games I was able to get for free, and then I was just chilling and waiting for my parents to pick me up. So you know, in like you see in like movies when people get the cellos and they would like grab it by the neck and then spin it really cool, like, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I tried doing that. I did in the case because I'm not a psychopath, but I tried doing that. I did a few times. I was successful at it, so I started like moving a bit more quickly. I started spinning a bit more. I started like, you know, like spinning and like throwing across to my other hand while it spins.
I can see where this is going.
I fuck up. I drop it. It falls. Now, if it falls on the back, it's fine. Usually it's fine. It fell string first. Strings first. Face plant on the ground. Me, freak the fuck out. Pulls it up. Unzips the case. Cracked. So badly cracked down. not like it's like gonna fall off, but it's so noticeable. So I was like, oh shit. I zipped it up, and my parents, the second that happened as well, a minute later, my parents like, we're here to pick you up. I was like, okay. They're like, oh, you got the cellos. Like, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, totally.
I didn't touch it at all for the rest of that day.
Oh, no.
My parents asked, are you gonna practice? I was like, oh, I have too much homework. I thought I was able to, but I can't. Anyways, I bring it to school the next day, and the first thing we always do in orchestra is that we tune our instruments.
Mm-hmm.
I since I was so new to the cello, our teacher was evil because they wouldn't let us use a tuner. They would make us tune it by ear.
What? Why would you?
Like a psychopath they are.
Why would you do that?
And I didn't know the cellos yet. I didn't know how the strings sound, so I had another student help me. He was like an 8th grader. He was a lovely person. He was helping me ear tune it. Thankfully, nobody noticed it because what I did that whole day is I placed my hand on the neck.
I was thinking, all right, if it's on the neck,
Over it.
Are you able to just hold it in a way that hides it?
I hit it. And thankfully, bless all. Sorry to the fourth person. I think it's. Sorry to James, wherever you are in your life. I remember your name. He accidentally knocks it. Oh, he actually drops it on accident, and it fell string first as well. Well, no, actually no, it didn't fall string first. It fell on the back, but he still dropped it on accident, and everybody in class, being the high schools we are, all went.
Well, that's the reflexive action. I feel like it doesn't matter how old you are. If someone drops a big instrument,
yeah, you're all like,
you're gonna reflexively gasp.
So the teacher comes over, picks up the instrument, and sees that it's cracked.
Oh my gosh. Now, Kadu, what was the plan if this classmate of yours didn't, lucky for you, unlucky for him, drop this?
I would keep hiding it.
Just, I suppose, yeah, keep hiding it.
We had to put it in the cases always at the end of the day, so they would never see it.
I guess so.
So the teacher was like, all right, go get another one from the back. It's okay. You guys aren't in trouble. And I was like, so that's how I...
Amazing.
Because I bet for sure if I showed that I broke it outside of class, my parents
would have... The day after,
they probably
would have
been able
to
to
got it.
They probably would have been able to, they probably would have to pay for it because I broke it after school.
Yeah.
But since I broke it during school, the teacher's like, it's fine. It's okay. It's understandable. This happens. You're fine. I feel bad for them still.
You got so
But at the same
lucky.
time, I got so lucky. Poor kid. Just absolutely framed. But it's okay, because Homer caught up to me and I caught pneumonia and I wouldn't be able to play my last concert, so it's fine.
I suppose, yeah, there's the karma in the long run.
Karma in the long run.
At least brass instruments can get a small dent or two and be okay, but string instruments that, well, you're really lucky it didn't crack the body, because if it cracks the bodies, you're screwed. Usually the neck can be fixed one way or another, because the neck is a separate piece. Yeah. And, you know, it's not super uncommon for people to break that. It happens, goodness knows. So it would be a repairable thing, but
I do remember that they did
something
repair
that's always a risk.
They did repair it later, so that was great. But that was my two stories with orchestra that I remember the most. That was so great.
Yeah. Gosh, for me, well, I remember, like I said, I joined in 7th grade and I was sort of late to the game. And to this day, I still think I got super lucky because when it came time to audition for the high school, the way the marching band worked at the high school was that was just what the highest level band did for the first quarter of the year. And I really wanted to be in the marching band. I would have been all right being in the intermediate band or even the beginning band for the first year, but I wanted to be in the marching band, so I tried out. And as it so happened, all of the trombones were graduating that year. So I auditioned, and the other thing was the band director's primary instrument was also trombone, so I can't bullshit this guy.
Oh, no.
And I don't know how. To this day, I maintain that he lowered his standards because he knew he needed some trombones. He says that I was good enough and showed good promise, and that, you know, that he wouldn't have put someone who was genuinely bad in the band. I do at least believe that. But even if I wasn't genuinely bad, I am sure I was below the threshold that most other years would have required
had there been at least one or two other trombones around to hold down the fort. But since there weren't, I got in as one of like 3 or 4 freshmen into the highest level band. And keep in mind, this would be my 3rd year playing the instrument because I joined in 7th grade. So I was in over my head on some of these pieces.
God.
Fortunately, marching band pieces are usually more simplistic because you're having to balance playing with marching and everything else. But when it came time for the actual symphonic season after marching band, first couple pieces, I'm like, oh no. Oh no. People are going to realize just how bad I am. And I somehow scraped by. It wasn't pretty, but that was my sort of trial by fire for band.
God. Oh my god. Did you for learning instruments, did you have to like were you able to know the different chords if there are chords on or did you have to learn the music sheets itself?
So here's the thing. So there aren't chords for brass instruments because there's, you can only play one note at a time, whereas on a string instrument, you can have multiple depending on how you bow it. But I had to learn how to read music, but it was still sort of difficult. And one thing that I learned very early on how to do was that for trombone in particular, that there are 7 slide positions. That I think conceptually there's 216 or something, but there's 7 slide positions. And what I would do is I would notate under the music, just 1 through 7 number of the slide position, and I'd be able to at a glance know, all right, based on the relative position of the note on the staff, I would know what my embouchure needs to be. And for those who aren't into band, embouchure is when you play a brass instrument, you buzz your lips. So just, and depending on how tight or loose that is, so it will create a different tone. So I was able to just, if I'm looking at the number and I'm able to just sort of glance up at the staff to see the relative position of the note, that's how I would read music for the first several years that I did it. That it was a very slow and steady memorization cycle because since I joined in 7th grade, it was after most people had already been taught to read music. So I didn't have that traditional sort of easing into it all. So that was how I scraped by.
So you were able to like mark down like where the chord would be on the instrument and stuff like that?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. Since we're talking about orchestra, I could talk about my fucking insane orchestra music or just band. I could talk about my insane orchestra teacher. So we had to learn music. We had to learn how to read music. And for string instruments at least, there's different chords where you place your fingers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
For the first week in middle school, only the first week, we were able to put a tape because we would put tape on the string,
yeah,
and then tape where it's supposed to be.
Yep.
Our teacher
I did one semester, like I mentioned, of violin, and I do remember that.
Our teacher made us take off the tape after the first week, and we were forced to learn where to place our finger placement.
Sounds so cool.
And where to read music for the rest of the years I played. And that was such pain. I just wanted to know if you had an equally as awful music teacher as I did. Because there were students that struggled. I was one of them, but I got a hang of it because I practiced a lot. Because there's no frets. There's no like any of that.
You need to know it by sort of eye and feel. That there's
you have to know by eye and feel where to put your fingers in the frets. After
and if you're a centimeter off, you're gonna shift the note by
it's
half
gonna sound awful. I remember this because I remember that whole thing. I was like, wow, this is awful. It's insane that I managed to pass by.
My middle school band director was super nice, and she was partially why I joined, why so many kids really enjoyed the class. The high school band director I had, really nice guy. That he was a different type of nice. That he was kind of stoic, but obviously cared, and was the type that was generally quiet, but every so often would just have a hilarious zinger of a joke that would catch everyone off guard and it would take a lot to get him angry, but if the class got him angry, you knew, and that was enough to get people back in line the next day because he got angry so seldomly. But both of them were very nice and accommodating. The middle school one was the one who taught me the trick of writing down the number, and frankly, it probably became more of a crutch to me than it should have been, but she very much enabled, all right, here's some easy ways for when you're learning that I don't think that either of them would have done the things that your director did, which is basically just ripping off the training wheels at every turn.
Because the insane thing about it is that I remember that music teacher, he was really nice, and he was like really nice to the class, but at the same time, he had like such a really high standard as well. With like, yeah, you guys should know how to do this already. Come on. I was like,
also, Takahaya Seiya, thank you so much for the follow.
Yeah, such a great teacher. But at the same time, my goodness.
Did you have any favorite pieces that you played? I guess maybe it sounded like possibly the one that you didn't get to play at the end.
The one I didn't get to play, yeah. Roll in the Deep was surprisingly a beautiful song to hear in orchestra with a bunch of stringed instruments, and I was so sad. The amount of sadness I had, like the amount I really wanted to be there, is that when you get pneumonia, you're like fucked. You're gone for like a week plus. You're just gone. You can't do anything. You can barely stand up. Me though, being the dumb person I am, tried to walk into school, being like, "No, guys, I'm fine. I can go to school. I have a concert tonight." And my parents like, "No, get back, lay back down."
And it hurts because you've been working on these pieces probably for months. That usually, at least in middle school and high school, that you'll have a couple different seasons worth of music. But by the time a concert rolls around, that you've probably been working on that piece for 3 months, 4 months, and to not be able to have that performance for your parents, your friends, that really stings.
It sucked. And the worst part about it is that the auditorium that we played it in actually sounded so beautiful with the acoustics for middle school as well. I was so sad I didn't get to actually hear it, because we don't play it, we don't practice it in the auditorium where the acoustics are really nice. We practice in the backstage area where it's not as nice sounding. So I didn't even get to hear how nice it could be. So sad.
So how did you go from violin to later picking up guitar and uke?
My family is very musically inclined. Okay, this is a weird thing to say, but I'm Filipino. I'm half Filipino. My dad's from the Philippines. I've noticed this because when I went to middle school and like in a little bit of high school, and the area I lived in, Cali, was like fully like very Asian diverse. A lot of Asians there, a lot of Filipinos. Almost every single Filipino I knew played the uke, so I was like, I should play the uke as well. But all my siblings were really musically inclined. They all knew to play the guitar, the piano. They knew how to sing, play the uke, and I just was like, I want to do that as well because it looks cool. Because music is nice.
So I am the eldest of 3 children, and neither of my parents are particularly musically inclined. My mother was in some musicals when she was in high school and was a cheerleader, but never played an instrument, and I'm pretty sure my father's tone deaf. And somehow I got into music, and so did both of my siblings. So when I was very young, my bedroom was decked out in sports memorabilia, because that's, my father's very much into sports. He's never been, a big athlete, but, played a lot of softball and golf and other things. And I was into sports a little bit, but my siblings and I all wound up being band and theater nerds. And fortunately, my parents were super adaptive and accepting that. They were like, okay, this is what you want to do. And they became, the band parents, the theater parents, and were there the whole way. But it was sort of a shock to them because they had no knowledge of anything, that when it came to practicing, that they were not going to be of any help, and they knew it. So we all sort of refer to ourselves as musical mudbloods because we all wound up with it, but it did not come to us via our family.
We call me and my siblings call us just very musically inclined, because just even from a young age, our parents would always be playing music when doing stuff. When it was cleaning, when it was just driving the car, when it was just relaxing, we would always have like music playing.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess just having constant hearing different types of music playing constantly for like 24/7, it's like that. You really just get used to that.
Yeah.
So you just want to learn how to play it as well, and that's how that happens. I'm not as music inclined as my siblings because they were in like choir and they know how to play the piano. I'm like halfway there, but I know a little bit.
I never got into piano. I taught myself how to plunk out a few random notes, and that's the extent of it. I think that probably comes in part from having parents that weren't musically inclined, because I think that's where most musically inclined parents go first, because the piano is obviously such a versatile instrument, and if you have a knowledge of piano, that can become a foundation for basically anything in music, because you have the full note spectrum there, and that you're able to learn about everything from individual notes to chords and everything. And if you can play piano, you can probably adapt to most other instruments.
We used to have a piano. I think that's probably why as well, though. We used to have like my grandparents would have this beautiful piano that would always be out in the living room. So my siblings would always play that, but I wouldn't because I was like really young. And by the time I got a bit older, then I started playing instruments. We didn't have the piano anymore, which is probably why I don't play that much piano.
Gotcha, yeah. When I was mid-teens, so it was sometime when I was in high school. It was a family member, like second cousin or something, not super close, but they had a baby grand piano, and they were moving and didn't want it anymore. So it wound up at our house because my siblings and I had been getting into music. None of us played piano, but we had it there, and one of my siblings tinkered around with it a little bit. Every so often we'd have a guest that would know what they were doing, and that would be fun. But it didn't do much in our house, and it has since been given away to another home that probably gives it a lot more use than we did. But it just sort of was in that awkward space where it came to us after we were all into music, but we were already into our other instruments so much that picking up piano wasn't really practical at that point in time. So just missed it.
So close.
So it was neat, and it was a very nice piano, and I know it, I forget who it went to after us, but we made sure that it went to a place that would give it some use, because it was a very nice little one. We got it tuned and everything. Do you still play uke and guitar at all, or is that something that, similar to violin, that you picked up but have since put down?
I still play uke. I have my uke next to me every day, to be fair. It's right next to my desk. My guitar, I don't play that much anymore, because the desk space I do have, I just have no place for it, so it's just in its case the whole time. My uke, it's small, it's portable enough, so I keep it right next to me every day, and I usually play about it every day. I try to practice new songs every once in a while, but it's more just like I don't know what songs to learn.
Have you ever considered doing a uke stream?
That involves me doing karaoke, and I don't want to do that.
Fair.
Although I've been told otherwise, I don't like the way I sound when I sing, so I haven't do that. I want to get more confident with my singing, because I want to do uke streams and stuff like that, but for now, when I play, it's just for me and me only.
That's fair. That's totally fair. But
like
maybe one day.
Maybe one day. I would post stuff on Twitter about me singing and playing my uke, and then I would like instantly delete it. The second I see someone like it, I was like, nope, gone. It's gone. If Vivi is still here, Vivi knows that, because I think there was one that they liked that I instantly deleted as well. Yeah.
Yep. There it is.
I do it so much. On my alt Twitter, it's more common for it to like stay up there. But if I get the willpower to post it on main, it's gone. It's gonna be gone so quickly.
Well, we're gonna have to keep an eye out for that then. So hey,
Okay.
all the more excuse to follow Kadu on Twitter if you aren't already.
Yeah, follow me on Twitter, please. Thank you. I want to hit 10k followers before this year ends. Please follow me on Twitter.
Now, you mentioned it in passing earlier, and it's funny because we had a chat, I think it was on Monday, and in the 5 days since we spoke and now, bowling has been a thing on Twitter and not for normal reasons.
I love bowling, but not for the reasons of the GIF, okay?
Yeah, and that was the whole thing. It was just, when I saw that, I was like, oh, something with bowling is going on. That's funny. I was talking with Kadu about bowling just the other day. Wonder what this could... Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, why are there multiple of them made by the same person? Oh, why is it so nicely animated? Oh, no.
It's nicely animated and just poorly animated enough to actually look like one of the videos that you would see at a bowling alley.
Exactly like the videos you would see when you go bowling. And it's like, oh, but it has. I said this once on stream. I was like, those bowling GIFs, although they're new, has a weird nostalgia feeling to me.
Because they hit the style.
Because they hit the style so well. It's so well. I'm just like, oh god, I love bowling.
And it sort of made me realize that some company or some individual had to be contracted to make the real ones back in the day, and that it felt like every bowling alley had their own. That some of the larger franchises would use the same animations, but different franchises would have different animations, and it makes me think, you know, what type of company was there? A company that all they did was bowling alley short animations? I have to believe that there was some just larger computer animation house that would take the occasional bowling short gig, because I don't think that's enough. I don't think there were enough bowling alleys that would be commissioning these that you could make a consistent business off of it, but someone had to do them.
And look where it ended up.
There's probably someone who actually made them back in the day, seeing this now and just being horrified and like, oh no.
This is what my animations led to.
Well, either that or someone at a corporate office saying, hey, they actually got the style pretty good. We should call them up, see if they want to make you, well, you know, actually appropriate ones, but maybe we could give them a job.
Oh, how'd you get hired? Well, you see, I posted a GIF on Twitter.
Do you have
I loved it.
Do you have a resume? Do you have an animation reel? Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, yes, I do. How are you feeling about NSFW GIFs, by the way?
Do they have a bowling pin and bowling ball? Yep, then it's fine with us.
Absolutely. Does it have a thing? Yes, it says they're all strikes as well. It's great. It's lovely. It's
You're hired.
I love bowling. I love bowling, and I love when people talk about bowling because, as I mentioned, in middle school, I don't know, there was a bowling league. And
how did you get into bowling in the first place? Was that another thing that your parents were into, or did you find that one yourself?
Well, when I was younger, when I lived somewhere else, we would always go to an arcade area, and this arcade area also had a bowling alley. So I just always liked bowling. I thought it was really cool. Like, I was like, pretty cool, you know, you throw a ball, you hit the pins, it's pretty fun, you know. And then when middle school rolled around, we had a bowling alley right next to us. There was like bowling alley, like literally like a 5-minute drive from my house. And it was a nice little owned bowling alley. It was really fun. We would go there almost like every single day. Not every day, but like once every other week or so. We'd go there when I was in like 5th grade or so. And then middle school went around, and then my mom approached me like, oh, they have a bowling league for your middle school if you want to sign up for that. I was like, oh, absolutely. So I signed up for it because I thought it would be cool. And it was the great thing about it is that every day, if you wanted to, you would go there and you would get 2 free games and free shoes. So you would get a free 2 game sessions every day in bowling. So that's what I did. I would like get out of school and we would walk to the bowling alley. I would walk to the bowling alley, bowl, and by the time I finish, my parents or one of my parents is off of work and picks me up when we go home.
Yeah, that's basically. That's where the dreaded cello accident happened.
Yeah, yeah. But I did that throughout all of middle school. It was really fun. I really enjoyed it a lot because it was really cool. It was great because the way it worked is that it was my school against another district school, and we would just all go there every week on like I think it was like a Thursday or something, and just bowl against one person from the other school. We would bowl 2 games. Like, we would write that score down. League. Yeah, and then like you would see how many rounds you win each time. And the school that won the most would get like a trophy.
Okay, so score didn't matter. It was just match wins.
Yeah, score didn't matter. It was very much just match wins. If you won the more, if you like, we would play like 2 games and say like we won the match and then they won the other match. They would be like, okay, it's 1-1. Yeah. You both your score gets 1 point.
It stacks up over the weeks. Mm-hmm. My father was really into bowling before I was born, and even now he's still above average, I would say. I would go bowling every so often when I was young because, it was a common thing for birthday parties or youth group activities. I was never very good at it. I'm not abysmal. I think prior to 2020, I bowled maybe twice in 2019, so it's still, an occasional social gathering thing. And I feel like every time I go, I always have the first 3 frames are just going to be mostly gutter balls before I can get the feel for things back. And then it's going to be 50-50 that I either have a really good shot or it's going to be straight in the gutter. That my wrist handling has never been consistent, and I just never played enough to really get that feel, because correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like bowling at its core is a game of muscle memory.
Yeah. No, yeah, this very much is, because it's very much just getting a rhythm down and knowing how to do it and making sure that you can consistently keep that rhythm up.
Yeah, because obviously the lane is going to be the same. It doesn't matter. It's not like golf where different courses are going to have different inclines or different bunker locations. That the lane is always the same length, the same width. It's going to be flat. That it doesn't matter if you are bowling in New York City or in Atlanta or Utah or wherever, that the lanes are going to be the same. Mm-hmm. And if you use a ball that is of the same weight, it'll mostly be the same. I could believe that there's some minor differences, but if you're the type that has your own bowling ball and is using that conceptually, it's going to be the same no matter where you go. So from one game to the next, 1 week to the next, it's just how you go through the literal and figurative motions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's basically what it is. Basically what it is. Especially when like you start trying other things besides just bowling, say like curving the ball. Yeah. I remember for like the first semester I would only bowl just like the first like half I would only bowl straight, and the second like for the last like 2.5 years I would bowl trying to curve the ball, and that was curving the ball. I will
People
say
who can curve the ball are wizards.
It's so much harder, but it's so much more satisfying to have it like hit right on the edge, and then right before it falls the edge just turns so sharp and then hits and then you get a strike from it. It's just I miss bowling. I haven't bowled in probably like a year plus, but
most people haven't bowled a bunch in the past 2 years, so
yeah. I miss it. It's such a fun thing to do. And it's great because like it's like bowling's like one of the I feel like one of the things that most people know how to do, even if it's just the basics. So that means everyone can have fun with it, Yeah,
it's a very approachable game.
It's a very approachable game, especially since they have like bumpers as well. Yeah. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
for someone like me who is subpar at best, do you have any pointers or just sort of heuristics of how to even just do the basics a little bit better? Of, like I mentioned, I assume it's me moving my wrist without meaning to, and why I just don't have a consistent shot. Do you have any advice or just tricks that you've picked up along the way?
Well, yeah, one of them is making sure your wrist straight if you're bowling straight and you throw the ball, you got to make sure your hand's straight, because if your hand's any slightly bit of curve, it will slowly turn that direction. Also, the easiest thing to do is don't aim for the middle pin. Aim like the center pin. Aim for, like, you would see, like, on a bowling lane, it would have like these little, like, arrows.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be, like, between the middle arrow and one of the arrows on the left or the right, because if you hit it right there straight on, you're guaranteed a strike. I'm guaranteed if you just hit it right there. It's like a weird sweet spot. Because if you hit it straight on, you won't hit all the pins. But if you hit it slightly, that's weird to explain.
Yeah, the ripple effect.
Yeah, it would work. It does it better. I don't know. I'm bad at explaining, but like it makes sense.
Yeah, that hitting it head on is how you get that classic 7-10 split, because everything just goes straight backwards, so it doesn't end up sort of, like I said, rippling outward, and then you have to get those last two straight pins, which is obscenely hard even for professionals. And that's why you have people either aiming at the side, or part of why curving is so good, and that it's not just for show, that it actually gets the pins to fall in a better fashion.
Yeah. Oh, splits are fucking such a pain. It's satisfying though when you get a split and you know how to curve the ball as well. You can just curve the ball and just hit the pin into the other pin. Oh, it's so great.
Watching professional bowling is very fun, because it's usually them just chaining strikes. Because if you were a bowler who is good enough to make it to broadcast, because let's face it, very few bowling tournaments get broadcast at all. So if you're making it to television in any capacity, it means that you must be among the best. So it's mostly strikes, but then it's, the occasional split, and then seeing, all right, can they pick it up, because there's a decent chance that they can. And it's always a battle, because any one non-strike can be the tipping point. And even for pros, it's still difficult to get a perfect game. That getting 300 is still something special, even in the highest echelons of bowling.
I love the fact that there is a max one can do in that game, and that's just to get 300 points. I love that there's nothing past it. You can't get any more than 300. You get 300 and that's it, and it's lovely. I remember when I did the whole bowling thing a lot in like middle school. I think my highest score was like in the 200s.
That's still really impressive.
Which is great, because I was one of the best ones in the school. I was like, oh, this is lovely. This is great.
Did you have your own personal ball, or did you just use the ones they had at the lane?
Getting your own ball was expensive. I just used one at the lane. I used like a 10-pound bowling ball, and that was it. It was weird. I didn't own my own bowling ball, but I owned my own set of 10 pins. Because there was a day or the bowling alley was like getting rid of pins,
Just
and they were
liquidation.
Like, they were like, hey, we're selling pins $10, and you get like the whole set of bowling pins. I was like, yeah, I'll pay.
I don't know what I'll use them for, but
I don't know what
an actual set of bowling pins, $10, sure,
They're
sounds like a
so
great
heavy.
deal.
It's so heavy. I didn't know how heavy bowling pins were, but they're so ridiculously heavy. Oh my god. I don't think I never used it as well. I spent $10 on a...
All right, you buy these bowling pins, how are you going to use them if you... Assuming you don't have a bowling alley built in your house, they're basically going to be decorative pieces.
Yeah, I didn't use it at all. It was great. That was cool. But yeah, people that brought their own bowling balls, though, it was... So they were. They're so intense about the game. I don't get it. Like, there was like there is bowling etiquette, for those who don't know, where usually if you're bowling and there's people bowling next to you, you usually try not to bowl at the same time someone's next to you is running up, so you don't bump into them or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And usually something like that happens when someone bowls at the same time you do. You'll just be like, hey, just please don't do that, or something like that, or you just ignore it because it doesn't really super matter. It's just a small etiquette.
Or usually the folks who know that etiquette will just sort of be the one to take the initiative and not step forward, and that they will wait. Yeah.
But I remember this one time there was a person who brought their own bowling ball, and they would get like actually mad and annoyed if you bowled the same second that they were gonna bowl.
Oh my gosh.
they were so uptight about it. It's so lovely to see because I'm just like, bro, you're throwing a ball at pins. It ain't that deep.
When it comes to bowling balls, that's like bowling ball weight is one thing that even to this day I don't really understand. That when I go, those few times that I do, I usually tinker around with 9, 10, 11 pounds or something. But what makes for the correct weight for someone to bowl with? Is there something that either based on your own size, or is there a certain like amount of resistance that is ideal that one should feel when they're using a bowling ball? How do you decide what type of ball, or rather what weight of ball is best for you?
Well, the heavier the bowling ball, the easier it is to knock them pins. But at the same time, you want to use a weight so that you don't like die the second you use it after like 3 times, because you go for like 2 games minimum usually, and that's like 20 times you're throwing this ball with one arm as well. So you don't want to like hurt yourself on accident, because if you use a bowling ball that's too heavy, when you throw it, it's gonna hurt you, and you can just fuck up your arm. And after, like, you won't feel it then, but if you are, then you'll be like, damn, my arm is so sore for some reason. And that's because you use like, I don't know, like a 15-pound bowling ball when you should use like a 9 or 8. So it's just making sure that you just don't overdo it, because you could easily overdo it if you want to. I remember, okay, this isn't good. I would sometimes get the heaviest bowling ball and just see how much I could use it, just out of curiosity. I was just like, it also gets bad as well, because when you throw it, you don't throw it correctly. You just lug it, and then it falls on the ground, and then it slowly rolls. So I would get the heaviest one, use it once just so I could hear the thunk, and then I'll be like, I'm done. Because then like my arm's like,
you can legitimately pull a muscle that way.
You could pull something, and so you don't use the heaviest one. I think like at best you could just use like a 10 or something. That's like the minimum one, because like like I said, the heavier it is, the easier it's to knock down the pins. I think 10's a nice sweet spot. If you use anything more than that, it's either because you're really strong or you purposely want to pull something. Because holding that one bowling ball 20 times and actually like throwing it, like rolling it down as quick as you can, it hurts soon. It catches up to you.
Thighs will be my demise. Thank you for the follow. That's a fun username.
Great name. I also remember one more thing about bowling. We would get the lightest balls, aka the 6-pounders, the 6-pound ones,
just to throw them really fast.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going with it. Yeah,
because that's the trade-off. That it's speed versus power. It's a classic choice that you have in video games as well.
And the great thing about it is they're on the bowling lane we went to. They would show how fast the ball was. They would go.
Oh, they had like a speedometer that it would say, miles per hour or whatever.
So each frame it would change the speed as well. So we would get the ball to like 70 once.
Gosh.
I'm just imagine the 6-pound bowling ball rolling down the lane at like 70 plus miles. Just hitting the pins, destroying it all. Oh, it's beautiful.
There is something just
so satisfying about
A bit.
seeing the pins go literally flying, not just being toppled over, but, you know, sometimes you see it with professional bowlers or just, you know, going to a lane that you will see someone hit it, and it doesn't matter if they get a strike or not, but that you will see the pins go upward and like hit the roof of the little chamber and just clatter around. And it's like, that's so cool. The bowling alleys in general have a lot of unique sounds and sights that just the sound of a bowling ball going down the lane, the sound of the pins cracking. There's really nothing like that I can think of in terms of, that sounds like that it's so unique.
Yeah. Oh, there is one thing though that is an awful sound to hear when you're bowling. And so when you bowl the first frame, because you get 2 frames a turn. You bowl the first frame, and then you would hit the pins, and then the thing will go down and pick up the pins, and then scoops the pins down, and then it puts the other ones down. Put the rest of the pins down. There will be times, or myself included, would be impatient and wouldn't notice that it's not finished yet. So you would bowl,
then I know where this is going.
It would hit the metal frame.
Yes.
And then you just hear the loud thunk of it hitting the metal frame, and the bowling ball slowly rolling back to you.
Slowly comes back to you. And sometimes it doesn't make it back, so then you need to get the attendant to go out into the lane and retrieve the ball, and it's like, yes, I accidentally went before it was done.
So funny though. That was great. Like, it was so great. Because the times where like it thunks and it actually rolls back to you, it just feels like it feels like a roll of shame.
Yeah,
because everybody hears it. It's a different sound. We all look at it and we slowly see a rolling ball going the opposite way it should.
The roll of shame. It feels like the ball itself is being condescending towards you with how slowly it returns.
Yeah, you're just like, okay, this is great. This is fun.
I've only done that once that I can remember, and it's the type of thing that you get into a rhythm. It's not even that you're necessarily impatient, but it's like, you know, all right, that maybe there was another ball that was the right weight already there, and you're just feeling really good because you maybe had a good first roll, or maybe your first roll wasn't really good and you're determined to make the second one better, so you just pick it up, you go, it leaves your hand, and you're looking down the lane, you see the metal bar, and you have that split second of terror, of realization, knowing what's about to happen, but being powerless to stop it, and then thunk.
You're like, okay, this is great, this is fun. I've done that way too many times. Way too many times, I can count, I've done that, oh my goodness. Or I've done this twice. But for those who don't know, the bowling lanes, the lane itself is very slippery. Because I seen it once, how it happens is that they get a machine and they basically like oil or like wax the whole lane with the machine up and down.
That's why you have bowling
slippery
shoes.
Yeah. Slipping on the lane because you run a little bit too close to the end with the bowling ball in your hand is one of the most embarrassing things ever. But to make it worse is when you slip and the bowling ball still goes forward.
And then it's usually going in the gutter, so not only have you made a fool of yourself, but you've wasted the throw.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's terrible to happen to you, but it's beautiful. It's so beautiful to see it happen.
It's like ice skating without skates. It's literally like just walking over black ice. It is that slippery, and like I said, that's part of why you have these bowling shoes. That part of it is so the oil and whatnot doesn't damage your normal shoes, but also so the shoes don't damage the boards, but also because most shoes are not designed inherently to have traction on those types of surfaces. Believe it or not, the bowling shoe thing is not just a scam to get the extra $2 out of you when you go to the lane.
It's very needed. It's very needed shoe.
But it sounds like you hope to get back into bowling, that while, like I mentioned, very few people have done bowling frequently in the past couple of years for obvious reasons, that whereas it sounds like you're probably past the violin cello phase of your life, still playing uke, even if only for yourself, that you do hope to get back into bowling, even if it hasn't been something you've played as much recently?
It's just a nice thing to do with family or friends as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah, it's a great social activity.
that's why it says like it's one of the easier social activities you can do. Besides like go watch a movie with somebody, is just let's go bowling, because like who doesn't like bowling?
Yeah, and just even if you're not playing, that you're chatting around while you're waiting for your turn. That there have been times where I'll play the first game and not play the second game, but I will still sit around, enjoy talking, watching everyone else play. That even if you aren't participating, that you can go and observe and have fun that way.
And for me at least, most bowling places I went to also has like also mini arcade as well.
Yeah,
So
that,
you don't
that's
want to do
always
the
sort of been
bowling,
a thing.
you got a little arcade thing as well to play and hang out with. It's great. It's lovely. I remember at the bowling alley I used to go to a lot in middle school, they had a Initial D. The racing game.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
They would have 2 Initial D driving things, and you could pay extra money to get your own card to get your own car.
Oh, that's how you knew that the arcade
And
was
great
like,
thing
so that
about
it
it-
had games like that.
The great thing about it is that there was people that would bet their car. By quote unquote car, they would bet the card that has the car on it,
Oh
and they
my
would do
gosh.
drifting races on it, which is the best thing ever to
That's
witness. 'Cause
So
that's so cool.
unnecessarily intense. But
It's so cool though, because that people will be like, oh yeah, there's some people be like, yeah, racing, they'll be like, oh, if you lose, you get out, new person comes in, and initially it's a drifting game as well, so you would actually they would have different shifts as well. The whole arcade thing was way too like insane for how it was, because they would have different shifting things. They would have a brake, like the gas, the steering wheel, and all that fun stuff.
for
So
certain things, arcades have naturally gone through decline because there's a lot of things that you can do on a home console easier or better than an arcade, or at the very least cheaper, because things like platformers or sports games or fighting games that I'd rather pay $60 for Tekken and just play to my heart's content than have to pay $1 for every round through story mode or until I lose. But one thing that, while there are peripherals, there's still nothing quite like being in the driver's seat of an arcade racing game. It doesn't matter if it's a car racing game, motorcycle racing game, boat racing game, that's such an experience being on one of those big plastic things that it always feels way cooler than it looks, but it's so much fun.
There was 2 arcade things at that, or in my bowling alley, because it was a small arcade. It was Initial D, and there was House of the Dead 2.
Yes.
And people were always over those. But the initial thing was great, because it was once in a while, but when you saw people bet their actual car, because the thing about the game is that to upgrade your car or even just play, you have to pay every time, right? You do like 3 races and you pay again, or I think it was like 1 race. It was something like that.
It was the first iteration of microtransactions, if you think about it.
And it was like $1.50 each time. It wasn't $1, it was $1.50. It's like you would get people who spent like way too much money in an arcade game, bet a car that they probably spent hours on, and like almost like $100 playing in like a 1 race to see who would win. And
those type of people just live for the thrill. That there's people who will do actual car races and bet their actual cars, or
it's safe version of pink slips, which is great.
And
Fox, you are correct. This happened around 2010. 2010, 2015. It was around those years. Oh, it's so great. I was bad at that game, so I never actually paid money to get my own custom car.
That's one of the other ones that's just super fun to spectate, especially when there's something on the line, because then you're going to get usually a little crowd in the arcade, and it's super hype, and you don't have to worry about losing anything, so it just becomes a sporting event to you at that point.
I would always just use the default cars they gave us,
Mm-hmm.
but it was also great because it was fun watching people, like a lot of people stack up there, because people would do the things in the arcades where they would put their quarters on the machine, being like, I'm next.
Classic.
And I never saw
bowling lane etiquette. We're here to talk about arcade etiquette and putting your quarter on the machine.
Or now, in the newer terms, putting your card
Yep.
on the machines because it's no more coins anymore.
Yeah.
It's
Classic.
sad that some people don't get that anymore, though.
Like they even had a thing. I'm not sure if you ever read Ready Player One, but they have a very deliberate call out to putting the quarter on the machine in that book. I don't think it made it into the movie. It didn't make it into the movie, no, because they changed that scene. But, anyways.
I only watched the movie. I ain't gonna lie.
The movie changed a lot, actually.
I heard like the
I
shining
liked it.
scene wasn't in there the whole time. Wasn't in the book at all.
Yep.
I was like,
but
that's
it's
funny.
the type of thing that it very much seemed to me like the people who made the movie read the book, knew the material, respected, and said, "There's no way we can adapt this to the screen given time, technology, and licensing limitations. So we're not going to try entirely." And that they made the choice to change things, but all the changes still felt very in the spirit of the book.
That's tight.
Then it was different, and there were a couple moments where it was like, oh, okay, that's not what I was expecting, but it still fits in the world and in the spirit of everything that was in the original book. So I'm not going to call it a perfect movie. It was a popcorn flick at best, but I still enjoyed it.
I think just one small comment about Ready Player One. I remember watching it, and I ain't gonna lie, I don't remember a lot about the plot. All I remember is all the references.
Well, that's the book as well.
Because
the plot is there to facilitate the references at the end of the day, honestly.
The whole point, I think, in my opinion, just never reading the book and knowing you're in the movie, the whole movie was just, I get that.
I feel like the book is just Ernest Cline wrote a really good fanfic, just a universe crossover fanfic, and was like, hey, I can publish this, so I'm gonna publish it.
Like that.
And hey, someone wants to pay me for the movie rights? Sure. You want to make my fanfic a movie? Yeah, I'll let you do that.
It's another movie that was a fanfic that just came to a movie.
But it was a
such
self-aware fanfic movie.
Yeah.
I feel that it knew what it was doing was absurd and that it was over the top, and that's what makes it so enjoyable because it's not taking itself seriously. I know a sequel came out recently. I haven't gotten around to reading it. I heard that it's not as good as the original, and I am not shocked to hear that, but I do want to read the sequel. He also had another one called Armada, which I did read, which was okay. But if you haven't read Ready Player One or seen the movie, I definitely recommend seeking it out. It is a good nerdy experience, and like I said, it's not high art, but it's fun.
Nice.
Gosh. I don't even know how we got... That's right. I was like, how did we get from bowling to that? Oh, because we went through the arcade first.
Arcade.
Mm-mm. But I suppose hopping from that to more proper gaming again, you mentioned to me that some of your favorite games are Telltale games. And obviously Telltale, the company, has had a eventful couple of years, abruptly shutting down and then sort of being reformed and all that. But I know Telltale games definitely hold special places in a lot of people's hearts because they really got narrative games down.
Oh, they got narrative games down so well. I love Telltale games. I remember the reason I got into Telltale games because I watched old PewDiePie played The Walking Dead season 1. And I was there like every episode the second it was uploaded. I would watch it because I was so invested in the story and the characters and stuff like that. Until one day I was able to buy it myself, and then I did my own playthrough. And then season 2 came out of Walking Dead. I played that one, and then the third one I played that one, and the fourth one I streamed that one, which was all great. And then they also had the Borderlands one. They had Batman. They had something about the stories was great because people would always complain about Telltale games being like, although it gives the illusion of choice, just fairly true. There's only like some things that semi changes, but nothing super mega changes based off of your choices. but just the slight changes you are able to make makes the game really fun. It's very much an interactive movie at some points.
Yeah, but it's a very high quality visual novel.
And I love that so much.
Now, the only Telltale game I've played predates all the ones you mentioned, because I was never really into Walking Dead. That I saw like the first season, and I just didn't like the drama. It wasn't even that I wanted more zombie action. I just found the characters really immature, I suppose, that it was the types of things that cause drama between the characters I found annoying, so I just never really kept up with it. I know that a lot of people have been really, really into it, and that the final season actually just finished filming, so people have that to look forward to soon, but I missed that train. But the one Telltale game I did play, and if Vivi is still in the chat, she'll appreciate this, it was Strong Bad's Cool Game for Attractive People.
I've never heard of this one.
Are you familiar with Homestar Runner?
No clue.
Oh my gosh.
No clue.
Oh no, I am old.
Am I too zoomer for this?
A little bit, yes. So, Homestar Runner it's a classic Flash animation website that had some game. Do you know Trogdor?
No.
Oh, dang it.
No.
Okay, well, bottom line is they made a game based on this Flash animation site, and it was just the character Strong Bad, which was basically, so Homestar Runner, the character, was the main character. Strong Bad was the secondary character, but sort of became the primary character in a lot of ways, because the animations that they had for him, it was a weekly email thing, became very, very popular, and that he was just a very loud and obnoxious and super macho and confident character. And people really took to him, so they gave him this game, and it was much like other Telltale games that would come later, just a visual novel that it was them, going around the Homestar Runner world, going and having these interactions with the different characters, lots of references for people who were into it. So it was a very fun one. It was on the Wii, and it was released in 5 parts.
Oh, it's that sounds like Telltale, actually. Release your game in 5 parts.
Unfortunately, each part was only like $10, so at the end of the day, it still added up to what would be just one normal game, because
it's even worse. I think Telltale was 5. For every years after that was $5 an episode.
Oh, dang it.
They charged 10 and it was older? Oh my goodness.
Now I feel like
you guys.
Oh. Well,
no, they really got you guys.
Well, this is a 2-pronged thing now, Kadu. So one, Vivi, I do see that you are still in the chat. So we need to make sure that Kadu gets a proper Homestar Runner education, one way or another. And then after that, you should play Strong Bad's Cool Game for Attractive People. It probably hasn't dated super well, because it was basically point and click. But it's just got a lot of jokes. It reminds me sort of like the writing style that you would have. I'm not sure if you've played any of the recent South Park games, either Stick of Truth or Fractured But Whole, that it's taking those characters, going around that world in a non-canon way, and just you get to hear a lot of the witty writing that didn't make it into the mainline animation for whatever reason. They present it there.
Be intrigued to check that out. It's made by Telltale, might as well. I love that company a lot. To be fair, actually, I didn't even like the TV show The Walking Dead. I just liked the game, because the game had different characters and different stories.
Okay.
Very.
I never actually looked into it that much, so maybe I'd like it more then too, because like I said, that I found the characters kind of annoying.
The game characters are lovely. Everybody loves them more.
VoxFox says that they'll throw a Homestar community watch night in suggestions. So yes, definitely. Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, I'll probably join for that, because it's been a while since I watched Homestar, and apparently they actually did a new animation recently, which is now a rarity. for them, but every so often on special occasions they will release something. I think this time it was for April Fools. That's what it was. And I don't remember who, but they had like somebody of significance guest starred, and I can't even remember who it was, but it was somebody. So I'll probably have to look that up after the show at some point. But yeah, definitely one to look for. When it comes to the Battle Royale games, so Valorant, Fortnite, and the like, do you find that you have a particular play style? That I am not well versed in any of them, to be honest. I will casually watch every so often. I've always just been garbage at shooter games. Doesn't matter if it's first or third person shooter, I'm not very good at them. But I like watching people who are good. And there's obviously a lot of different strategies that you can have, that you can sort of just hide and hope that people sort of pick themselves off and then get the last few, or you can be going around mowing people down. That do you find you have a particular style, or does it vary depending on the situation?
I like to hide. I like to hide, loot, and the second I get loot, then I look for people. I fear people whose first instinct is to land and then instantly kill somebody in Battle Royale games. I only play Apex and Fortnite, to be fair. Recently Fortnite, because the new update's been actually really fun. But I love shooter games. I played shooter games a lot. I remember, this is gonna show even more how much of a zoomer I am. But the first multiplayer online shooting game I got really into was Halo Reach. And ever since then, I just loved shooters. I would play Halo, like Call of Duty, when I played like Xbox times. So Battle Royales are just a nice shoe into that, because they're basically the same thing, except it's just one big, huge match.
Yeah, and that's part of why I think they've had such explosive growth, because historically, shooter games, whether it be Halo, Call of Duty, that they have been among the most popular for online play, and that while I am garbage at them, I know a lot of people really enjoy them, a lot of people are really good at them, and that's part of why I still haven't gotten into them, because nowadays the learning curve is very steep, that if you step into online play, that the skills are mostly transferable from one game to the next. So there's so many people who have just grown up playing shooter games and are really, really good at them. And if you're not good, you're just going to get mowed down so quickly that every time I try to dip my toe into those waters, I get into 2 matches, and I'm lucky if I get a kill or 2, because I am just a sitting duck, because I don't have anywhere near the experience that everyone else does, and it turns me off from playing further, and so I never end up getting better at that one.
That's fair, to be fair. I wouldn't consider myself good at those games either, but to be honest, I think there's only, it's weird to say this, but there's only really one shooter game that really helps ease players into playing the game, and I feel like it's not that much surprise considering how popular it once was, and that's Fortnite. Because they have a system, for those who don't know, where if you're a new player, or if you're a old returning player who hasn't played in a while, they will put you in games with AIs, with mostly AIs, or like, let's say like 50-50, half AIs, half actual people, so you can actually get into the groove of how the game functions and works a lot easier.
Yeah, at least have a chance dying and feel like you're making progress, not just landing, dying, queue up again. That even if you don't actually win a game for a while, that you can, hopefully pick off a couple of AIs and survive for a good 10 minutes or whatever, and feel that you are at least playing the game.
Yeah.
I actually downloaded Fortnite for the first time recently. From the couple of rounds that I played, it was interesting to see, one, how big the Fortnite ecosystem has become. I didn't realize just how many non-battle royale modes there were now.
Yes.
I knew they had the imposters mode and everything, because there was the whole hubbub about that being pretty blatant Among Us revolves. Like, as I said, copying other people's homework, and even the Fortnite folks aren't above it, that they basically did that wholesale. But they have so many other things now that it has become essentially its own gaming platform, that similar to like Roblox and Minecraft to a lesser extent, I'd say, because most of the different game modes that you have in Minecraft are non-official mods. But in Fortnite, there's now just so many different ways to play, and that they're just building out this one central hub, and that's really cool to see from just a conceptual and developmental standpoint.
It's really cool to see how quickly Fortnite has blown up and how they've managed to keep like a very, very decent amount of a fan base, especially with like the open worlds, creative worlds, the community worlds that they make, that the communities can make or they make themselves, that has different game modes, such as like I think there's like the speedrunning ones, those modes where you can just 1v1 kill people and stuff like that. It's really cool how they really shifted to that PvP aspect, especially considering, I don't know if you know this, when Fortnite was first made, it was actually a PvE game that you had to buy.
Yeah. Now, one thing I remember, funny enough, when I was applying to jobs in the gaming industry, one of the places that I naturally looked was Epic. Just, they were a mid-sized developer at that point in time, but this was back in 2013, 14, and I have distinct memories of them having listings on their website that it was, level developer Fortnite or community manager Fortnite, that Fortnite is not something that happened overnight, that game had been in development for longer than your average game before it became the battle royale that we know and that it exploded. That if memory serves, the story goes that the battle royale aspect was something they sort of did on a lark, and that it just stuck.
It just worked.
That it was not the concept for the game initially.
It was not. It was a PvE defense home type game. I remember seeing a bunch of streamers play it. Not streamers, YouTubers play it and promote the game as that. And then stuff like H1Z1 popped off, PUBG popped off, and I think Epic was like, "Oh, let's try to make our own small version." And who would have thought they would have went from they would have became like $1 billion company or like $1 million company, $millions company because of it. Off of a whim as well.
Yeah, and Epic, like I said, that they aren't a new company. They've made plenty of games. I'm trying to remember, like, was it Gears of War that they did? That was one of their earlier claims to fame.
I don't remember. I only started keeping tabs on Epic since Fortnite blew up.
But it was the type of thing that just over the course of a matter of months, the company revenue spiked and they were suddenly hiring like crazy because they were like, all right, we have the biggest game in the world right now, and we're going to at least try and keep up with it because
they keep it maintained. They maintained it for a while.
Yeah, it's been very impressive.
Especially like the things Fortnite was able to achieve. Example, like cross-platforming was not a really big thing or known thing until Fortnite came around. And did you keep up with the Epic versus Apple lawsuit?
Very sort of tangentially, that I was aware of the lawsuit. I haven't been keeping up with it actively, but I know it's been a thing.
Because there was a leak because of the lawsuit of some of Fortnite's emails, and they have an email against Sony around I think when Fortnite was in its bit of a peak, where Sony was very much against cross-platform, but Fortnite made them cave and actually implement that, which is very funny. That it was such a big thing that Sony had to post to be like, no, we love cross-platform. No, guys, you don't understand. Love
conceptually, most companies don't want cross-platform because they want people to play their console, that they don't want there to be fewer reasons. But at the same time, as cross-platforming becomes wider spread, it becomes a thing where the situation is flipped from the initial scenario where if everything is separate, you don't want things to be linked up because you don't want eyes going away from your platform. Yeah. But if everyone else is linked and you're left out, that's worse.
It was really funny, though, because I forgot the words Epic said in that email. But I think it was something along the line of, this will happen now or later, whether you like it or not, which is such a big balls move to say.
Yeah, to say to Sony.
Because that was when Epic was at its peak.
Mm-hmm.
I I feel like Epic now can't say that because they don't have that pull anymore. But that was like when like Ninja was such a big thing.
Yeah,
when like he was like making millions. Fortnite was
good
making
on them
millions.
in recognizing their position and that they had leverage and using
They
it.
had insane amount of leverage. It's just so fun to think about because like that cross-platform probably was such a it was such a big thing to happen because I think that was like one of the first games to make cross-platforming a thing where you could play with like PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch players all at once. And now it's becoming a bit of a more normal thing for now, I would say. It's just Epic is really cool. As much as I don't like care for the company or Fortnite that much, it's done a lot.
It's allowed them to be in a position to challenge Valve and Steam in a way that they've never been challenged before, because goodness knows, without the success of Fortnite, the Epic Games Store does not exist, or it doesn't exist in the capacity that it does right now. That even if it does exist, it's a fraction of what it is now. But from that, talking about leverage and being able to just take advantage of their situation, that they moved very quickly. And the idea of anyone challenging Steam for a very long time has been this just ridiculous notion of, you sort of figure, all right, eventually someone's going to do it, but you would suspect, all right, it's probably going to be Microsoft, it's probably going to be Sony. But here you have, little old Epic, or what was little now, and them actually having their own storefront. Arguably, it's still not Steam, but it's certainly the closest that anyone has come to Steam.
I think it's one of the first times where you're like, okay, I have to download this software to get these games.
Yeah, well, for me, it was for Magic the Gathering, because I play Magic casually, so Arena is exclusive to the Epic Games Store, so I had to do that. And I think I've downloaded one other game or two other games because they were free, but basically, for me, still, the Epic Games Store is just a Magic the Gathering launcher. But hey, I installed it, and that's what they wanted.
I did install it. I do have games that as only on Epic Games that I had to buy and download at times. I remember, not now, because it's now on Steam, but I remember Hitman 3 was like a game that was only on Epic Store for like years until like recently, until this year. It's now on Steam. I remember having to download Epic Games and buying off of there because it's the only place to find it. It's really cool.
Yeah, and at the very least, it's not a bad storefront. It's just, most things are still on Steam, and that if you don't have to have one more thing installed, you usually don't want it. But, well, there you go. We have it now. Congratulations, Epic. Good job. Hopping off of games again, obviously we have bowling, we have orchestra. You mentioned that you got busy with other things that made it so that you didn't pick violin or cello back up. Given what we talked about earlier in the week, my guess is that is because you got into theater.
Actually, it's because in the high school I went to, they didn't have stuff like that. In the high school I went to, didn't have sports, didn't have orchestra, didn't have band, didn't have choir, theater. It had none of that. It was
what
a
the
STEM
heck
school.
Kind of high school?
It was a STEM only school. It was very focused on education. It was one of the best high schools in the state. It was a public school, but also not really, because you had to enter a raffle to get into it.
Oh, so it was lottery-based, because where I
went
grew
to
up,
a nerd school.
there were magnet schools where you would apply and take a test, and that like half of the school would be, local kids, but then half would be, the really, really smart kids who signed up and took basically an entrance exam to be a part of this, accelerated program in high school. But I've never heard of a STEM school that was pure lottery.
It was I think it was, remember correctly, it was pure lottery. They only allowed, I think, people in my grade, only about 250 kids in total, my whole class. The school itself had less than 1,000 kids in total. It was also on a college campus, and because of how far kids were from the school, me and myself included, we were all given a card that gave us free access to the transit whenever we wanted throughout the whole year. Because for me, myself, for a part of the time, I had to wake up, I think, at like 4 in the morning. Because I had to take a bus to the train station, to the transit, and then take the transit to another station, and then take another bus to the school. And that would take about almost 2-ish hours. Almost 2 hours in total.
Holy cow.
Yeah. That's how big the school was and how far people were. Because people would do I would do homework in the transit station because like I was gonna be sitting there for like 30 minutes.
Well, if I'm here for all this time anyways, might as well use it.
Yeah. So I went to a very much a big nerd school, which is why I wasn't able to do extracurriculars. The only clubs that school had was academic types, like chess, math.
That's kind of sad, to be honest. That studies obviously show that people do better academically as well when they have other things that they do, or that they have something, whether it be socially or.
It was a big sacrifice and gain, because if you want to do extracurricular like sports stuff like that, you would have to partner up with the school nearby you, as well as the school that you wanted to go to, which is the big school.
Mm-hmm.
And because it was also on a college campus, so we didn't have a lot of leeway. The school was still like not even like 10 years old yet, but it was still like it was within that time became like almost top 5 in the state of education. Yeah, because you were able to take college level courses in that high school.
Mm.
And you'd be able to get college credit in that high school. Like I remember in my grade, I didn't do this because I didn't take that many college classes. You could graduate with associates.
Holy cow!
When you graduate high school,
I had the ability to take some AP courses at my high school, which if you passed the AP exam with a high enough score, that you would get college credit, and I did get that for a couple classes, but certainly not enough to have an associate's degree at the end of 12th grade.
Yeah, we didn't have AP classes. We had a thing called CE classes, which would be college something concurrent enrollment. Concurrent enrollment, I think is what it's called. Where if you didn't have to take a test or anything. If you got
it was just that if you passed it, that this was
passed the class,
an actual college course.
Mm-hmm. You would have to go to the actual college website that the school was at and sign up for classes in there, but being like, oh, I am the high school student though, and stuff like that. Myself, I did a lot of those classes as well. I didn't graduate my associates, but I did get about, I want to say, a little over half of my generals, like the general class you need to take for college, all done.
Yeah, I think
which sucks,
that
I don't go to college anymore.
And I only had a couple classes that I took a total of 7 AP courses. It was 7 or 8, I think, in high school, and I think I got credit for 5 or 6 of them, so I got a good amount. And the big thing that I was thrilled about was that I didn't have to take a English or a math course in college because I scored just high enough on the AB Calc test and got good scores on the both literature and just English, like language and writing tests. So it didn't get rid of all my general classes, but it knocked out a couple of the big ones, and I was so happy to not have to take another calculus class because I despised calculus. I was passable at it. That I like algebra. Algebra and I get along.
Algebra. I love algebra.
Great.
Fuck geometry. Fuck trig. Fuck calculus.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Like geometry is okay for some of the basic concepts, but when you get into the high level stuff of geometry, it's just like why,
no, you know?
But when it came to calculus and having to no.
Yeah. It was a very much like sacrifice to like do for like any of the students that went there, because we all knew that we wouldn't be able to do any of those extracurriculars, but we knew that we would get a very big boost in education because that school gave you like a lot of opportunities. Like it may not show it on stream, but I did graduate. I graduated high school with a very high GPA and very good grade, which is weird because I'm very dumb when it comes to like outside school stuff.
Even if you did well in the class for the stuff that they teach you, that doesn't mean that you necessarily remember it afterwards.
I think I remember a decent amount of it. The one thing about that school that was, I don't know, although that school was also great, if you like spoke to any of the kids in that school, you would realize we're all so stressed because I got less sleep going to that high school than I did when I was in that when I took college for 1 year. I got less.
There was a small handful of AP classes at my high school that were that level intense. I only took one of those. That the big one at my high school was AP World History. That it was just a known thing that if you took that, people abbreviated it to WAP, just WHAP. That if you took WAP, that you knew you were in for a rough time. And I specifically didn't take that AP course because I had heard the stories and heard how miserable people were. And like the people loved the teacher. The reason that people took it was because the teacher was so good and she made the work hard, but she made it engaging. But I was like, I have too much other stuff to do, so I will not take this one because the stuff that I'm looking to do in college isn't going to require history credits anyways, so no.
I wish my school wasn't like that. You would get all the people taking the hard classes because we knew it gave like better stuff or stuff like that. We had like one. There was only one AP class, and that was AP World European Geography or something like that. Europe History. AP Europe History. It was you're only able to take it if you are the first year going to the school as well. It was only like that grade able to take it, and it was infamous to be the hardest class you could sign up for. And I signed up for that class. Jesus Christ, I've never had to I never got so little sleep than I did my like freshman year in the high school. That was so. I like to contribute that school to reason why I have such bad sleep schedules.
I will say, now that I think about it, I think that scheduling wise and homework workload wise, I do think that high school was probably worse than college. And I think part of that comes from the fact that in college, a full day's worth of classes is a half to 3/4 the amount of time that you spend in high school during a normal school day.
Well, actually,
at least that's how I put my schedule together. That
I have a question for you. Actually, how long were your high school classes?
My high school classes were 50 minutes. That the way that we had it was you took all 7 classes every day. I know there were some schools that did like A block and B block where you would take, hour and a half classes and only have half the classes in a given day and then flip flop on Monday, Tuesday, and everything.
That's what my school was like. So we would have 10 classes, and we would have about an hour and a half in each class as well. But even that doesn't help the fact that we also had like 4 hours of homework after each day.
Also, wait a minute, 10 classes?
Yeah, we had. Oh yeah. So, so we had 5 classes. We had 5 classes each day.
Good on you, Kadu. That's all I can say. Good on you. It's like, I was a very good student. Like I said, I took a good number of AP classes. I was in the National Honor Society. I had a very good GPA. 10 classes though.
It was like an
can't
hour.
imagine.
It was an hour and a half because I don't think it fits that much in 7 hours. But it was like an hour. It was an hour plus for each class. We had 5 a day, and then we would rotate it every day. It was nice for a little bit because if you got homework, it wasn't due in 2 days. It was due in 2 days.
That's true.
But still,
It's just so
doesn't really
much.
help. Yeah, so yeah, the whole neural sleep thing really was a really effective thing.
Yeah, and I can
also add to that most students that went to that school also had about an hour plus minimum of public transportation to get home.
Well, like you said, that's when you do the homework.
Oh, I remember for my junior and senior year, I didn't stream that much, because of school, because I had a part-time job, and I had school as well, so I would stream I would only be able to like stream for like once a week, if that.
I remember I only stream once a week.
That is fair. But yeah, I remember that was a very big period of time where like I didn't stream that much.
So this begs the question, you mentioned to me that you're really into musicals. So if it wasn't from high school, because I feel like that's where most people who are theater kids get into theater. So how did you get into musicals?
Have you heard of Hamilton?
Yes, I have.
A lot of nerds like musicals. And although we didn't have musical theater in school, we had a lot of fucking kids in my grade that would be like, "Have you listened to Hamilton yet?" And I was like, "Damn, I gotta listen to Hamilton." Okay, actually.
And then
fun fact. The reason I actually started listening to musicals more, because I used to I didn't know this until I started listening to musicals again, but I used to watch musicals, like musical movies as a kid, a few of them, like Little Pet Shop of Horrors. I think that was one.
Oh yeah, no, well, Little Shop of Horrors.
That was a Little Shop of Horrors. Rent and Fiddler on the Roof was movies I remember watching a lot as a kid, and then realizing that those
These
were
are
musical
all
movies.
Now here's the thing: those are all very good musicals, but those are also not the most kid-friendly of musicals, and they aren't the happiest either. That I suppose most people. Well, there's a lot of classic Disney that is musicals, but also, you know,
also
Little
Disney
and
was
Rent
great.
are both tragedies.
Yeah. So I used to watch the movies a lot as a kid. I didn't know any of them were, but I remember a faint memory of loving those movies a lot.
And to be fair, they're very good.
They're very good.
It's interesting that was your entry point. I
didn't know there were musicals until I started watching Hamilton, and then I was like, oh shit, these are musical movies I used to watch a lot as a kid. Oh my god.
And to be fair, Hamilton does deserve the hype that it gets. I know it's overhyped to the moon and back, but it's just so good. If you live in the United States and have even a peripheral amount of knowledge of the Revolutionary War era, there's so much more depth. And even if you don't live in the U.S. and don't know that they set up the circumstance more than enough that you can watch or listen to that score and follow along easily enough. But Lin-Manuel Miranda is such a good lyric writer. Every freaking word he puts into his songs is there for a reason. That the amount of just, double meanings or creative rhyme schemes that, like, it's kind of absurd how much he crammed into that show.
It was great. But this is weirdly embarrassing to say, but the reason I listened to Hamilton, because I would listen to music every time I would go home, because I would take the public transit, I would put on Spotify and put on shuffle, but I would never listen to like musicals, because I was like, oh, I don't think I would enjoy it. But the reason I listened to Hamilton at all, and the reason why it's re-sparked my interest in musicals, because there was a girl I liked in high school that liked Hamilton. I was like, I should listen to Hamilton. Because I like music, I'll listen to it, and then I can speak to them about it.
You are not the first, and you will not be the last person who tries a new thing because someone they are interested in likes the thing.
Thank goodness I actually liked it. I liked the musical as well, because that would have been really bad if I didn't. Sadly, they rejected me, but at least I like the musical.
Yeah, well, hey, you still wound up net positive here because you discovered Hamilton musical, so there you go.
And then and then I had Hamilton, and then all of a sudden Be More Chill, and then all of a sudden David Hansen, and then Newsies, Heathers. The Beetlejuice musical was surprisingly way better than I thought it would be. Same with the SpongeBob musical.
I haven't seen either of those, but I've heard that they are both better than they have any right to be.
I haven't seen the musical yet, unless it's a totally legit copy on YouTube recording of it.
Yes.
Usually
totally
I just listen to the soundtrack. The soundtracks are just great.
And obviously, going to musicals in person, similar to bowling, has not been very much of a thing in the past couple of years. That Broadway is open once again, fortunately, and if you ever have the opportunity to go to New York City and see a show on Broadway, it's still the biggest place in the world for musicals for a reason. That I've been fortunate enough to see a handful of Broadway shows, and just the level of production and talent there is tangibly, it's on another level. That local troops can be really good. Like, I'm not throwing shade at, anything as low as, like, children's theater, community theater, or, regional theater. That's still really good. People are super talented. But the amount of polish when you see a show on Broadway, just from the cast themselves to the technical elements of the production, and honestly, that's what smaller theaters struggle with, and not because they don't have the skills, but frankly because they don't have the same budget as Broadway.
Money.
And that's no knock on them, that, oh, you don't have access to a multi-million-dollar sound system and lighting and fly rigs and everything. That it's just gonna have that difference in that polish and the effects that they can do. But if you can see one that there's in the middle of Times Square, it's the TKTS booth, sometimes just called the 50% off booth, because they will sell same day or next day tickets to essentially fill out seats in a theater. So if you ever go to New York City and are looking to get a show on a budget, you won't know necessarily in advance what you're going to get, but you can go there.
Get something.
Yeah. Or you can order in advance. That it's gonna cost you. You're gonna pay, but it will be a memory.
All right. Yeah, something. I think the reason it was so easy for me to get into musicals is because I just like music in general. I can't go out a day without listening to music at all, and if I do, I will go insane.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of weird for me because I've had so many different interactions with music, and I'm very similar in that I always listen to music in some regard, and even if it's not me taking time out to listen to music and nothing else, that, I always notice, BGM, or, doesn't matter if it's the soundtrack of a game, movies, anything like that, that I feel that I pay attention to music a bit more than average because of my background. That, like, even for the stuff that's playing right now, that this is a Sonic the Hedgehog energetic medley sound playlist. And that even just selecting the ones that I have as sort of my go-tos for this show, that I'm a bit picky, because I want it to be something that I think, one, really fits the mood, but also just naturally sounds good.
Yeah, I'm somewhat the same way, because I would like go to like the store, and I would just hear like the music they're playing in the store, and then I would just like be speaking or like thinking about something I need, hear the music, and then be like, oh, it's that song. Oh, it's that song, isn't it? Oh, that's great. And then I would change the music I'm listening to and put on that song instead, because it's just, music is a nice way, I think, for people to like connect as just people. And also, it's just, I think you can easily get a very solid feel of who a person is based off their music tastes. So like, usually if I meet new people, I would ask them what music they listen to, and specifically what songs, because you can easily get to know a person based off of the music, I think.
It can be an indicator, and one phrase that I very much believe in is music is a universal language, because, you know, if it is a song without lyrics, it is going to be the exact same for everyone, regardless of what language you speak. But even if you don't speak the language, that, you know, how many people just, you know, jam out to anime songs, even if they don't understand what the heck's being said, or, you know, enjoy K-pop, even if they don't understand what's being said, because the energy,
it's the feeling of the song.
Yeah,
you know?
that it's a weird, nebulous, intangible thing that's just so hard to describe and quantify. But it is something that the vast majority of people are able to just, you know, pun half intended, tune into.
Yeah.
And have that feeling.
It's very great. And I love it.
So, Radu17 and Ash the Hellhound. Sorry, I missed you a while back, Ash. Thank you for the follows.
Hi, Ash.
So it began with, Little Shop, Rent, Fiddler, and was galvanized by Hamilton.
Yes.
One, have you ever had the opportunity to be in a musical yourself, or up till now, has it been something that you've just enjoyed as a listener?
Something I enjoyed as a listener. This ties into the whole singing thing. I don't like doing it in front of people still.
Well, here's the thing about being in a musical, that if you're not a leading character, it means you're in the ensemble and that you're just singing with everyone else and that your voice blends in. So for people who...
But I will feel like people are staring at me, and I don't want that. Just if I can't even sing on stream, not even knowing what people's expressions are, I can't imagine doing it even in like a group scenario live. Just in front of people where I can see them.
Do you think you would ever want to do acting? That, for all intents and purposes, that if you are a streamer, you are acting, that you are on stage, you are putting on a show in one way or another.
I want to do voice acting because I think voice actors are fucking awesome. Acting itself, not really, but voice acting very much so. Actually, wait. I have a story about acting.
Please.
Actually, when I was younger, my mom would sign me and my siblings, my older siblings, up for like acting auditions, because my older siblings took acting because they wanted to, and I was there as well. And I was like, I want to start doing this. I never took acting classes, but I did go to acting auditions. And I remember one time we went to an acting audition for that was happening in the state I live in, the city and stuff like that. I think it was for it was auditions because they were looking for, I think, either new Nickelodeon or Disney Channel kids.
Oh yeah, just those sort of,
because you would hear them on the radio, and then you would call them and be like, oh, here in this place.
Yeah, that is a very common thing you would see at everything from state fairs to malls. That it is their big open cattle call, and that unfortunately a lot of kids and parents go up to that thing that they're going to be the next big star and are met with harsh reality. But obviously, they do get people from there, and that while tens of thousands audition, that some people do get their big break in that way.
I remember there was one time where I wasn't in it. I wasn't auditioning, but my older siblings were. And I remember after it was all done, one of the directors or people that was looking for kids walked up to my family and was like, "Oh, you would be great if you were older, because you're a little bit too young." And I was like, "Oh, no."
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me I'm that close.
And then another time where I did audition, they did accept me. I got a call back and stuff like that to continue it. But due to situations like that, we had to move states, so we couldn't keep up with the whole thing.
Aww.
Also because it would cost a little bit too much just to get it started. I could have had it. I was so close.
That's the other dangerous thing, that if a talent agency, there are some legitimate ones, but there's also a lot of scam organizations, and you hear these horror stories of
It was
people basically just being led on and being gouged. That they go to these auditions and they present themselves as, Nickelodeon or Disney reps, and the first audition, oh, it's $10, $25 to do the thing, and oh, you got a callback. The callback fee is $50.
well,
Oh,
it
you make
was
to the third
actually
round.
it was all free for the auditions and the callbacks stuff like that. The only thing was paying for the agents themselves. And
Okay, that's
my parents very much trusted as well, and also it seemed trustworthy because I remember this. Sweet Life and Zack and Cody. Do you know Esteban?
that was
if you-
yeah, that was
if you know,
that
if you know
he
the
was
actor Sweet
bellhop.
Life, yeah, the bellhop guy. He was there as one of like the people seeing you react, like reacting to the lines. He was like one of the people
Okay,
that
yeah,
would
that-
watch you and
Mhm.
like actually give you a bit of feedback and stuff like that.
that's cool. That's
So
cool.
it was very trusted. I remember one story of me doing a line. I was for some reason that day super nervous. And what we would do is that you would say your name, you would say your first and last name, and then you would say the line that you were doing, and then you would say the line itself. I remember I got semi into it, but I got nervous in the end. I jerked my foot back and I kicked the wall because I was so close to the wall. Because I was like,
Now, the
it
question
wasn't
is,
like
did it fit the scene?
No, it didn't.
Dang it!
It was just out of nervous, and it was bad because when I kicked the wall, myself, everyone around me, and the people watching as well, eyes lit up and like, oh fuck, and I was like 10 or
Aw.
like something, and I just kicked the fuck out of the wall in accident. And I was like,
Well, hey, at least they'll remember you.
Oh, I didn't get called back on that one.
Dang it.
We didn't hear fuck all. It was funny though, but it was bad because I was like one of the first kids in there, and they would have like a panel of like 8 or 10 kids in the room, do it all at once, and then they all shuffle you out, and then do the
Mhm.
next group.
Yeah, group auditions.
So I had to sit there, I had to stand there while everybody else did their line, thinking I just kicked the wall. I just kicked the wall on accident out of nervousness. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I can't. I don't think I would do actual acting. I would love to do voice acting though.
Mm.
I think voice acting is really nice.
Do you have any favorite musicals that you're listening to currently? I feel like most people sort of go through cycles that, you might find a new one and you will listen to that soundtrack on loop for about a month or so until you're just entirely sick of it, and then you'll put it down for a while and you'll come back to it later and then sort of afterwards evaluate it in your rankings, but that, depending on your mood or if you found something new, that those orders can shuffle. But do you have one or two that you can point to and say that, these are my couple of favorites?
I am a do or die to Rent. I love Rent a lot. I will constantly always listen to Rent if I want a musical. If I want to watch a musical, like a movie musical if I don't know what to watch, I would just watch Rent again. Recently I haven't listened to a lot of new musicals that came out, but I watched Tick Tick Boom.
And I heard good things about that one. I haven't seen it yet.
That soundtrack very recent. I've been playing that soundtrack a lot recently. Tick Tick Boom is great, especially considering the fact that I didn't think Andrew Garfield could sing, and he can pretty well.
I really like Andrew Garfield as an actor.
I heard through an interview he took a year of singing practice for this role.
Now, does he have to force an American accent in this show?
Well, he's acting like Jonathan Larson, so yeah.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. So he probably need that as well because I forget it. If he's,
He is
I think
British.
is he British or?
He has
Bottom line is, I know he has an accent that
Yeah.
he normally has to suppress in a lot of his roles.
It's very funny that almost 2 out of the 3 of the people that play Spider-Man are British.
Yes,
It's just
and that they have to force
And
being
they
a
have-
New Yorker.
the most stellar New York accent.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's great. It's great because I love looking at behind the scenes stuff as well for movies or just musicals. And from the musical Tick Tick Boom, Andrew Garfield was Lin-Manuel Miranda's first choice actor to play Jonathan Larson. and he was like, I can't sing. So he was like, we'll pay for singing lessons.
We'll make it happen.
We'll make it happen. We'll make you be able to sing. And he was like,
you
okay.
don't sing yet.
You can't sing well yet. Take a year to practice singing and then come back so we can film this movie. And I was like, that's great. That's lovely.
That's one of the things that, since Lin-Manuel Miranda now has, well, even before Hamilton, he already had In the Heights, and that he had been lauded in the theater community as one of the big upcoming stars, and Hamilton was sort of the realization of that, and now obviously he's one of the biggest names in music, and that with that comes, as we spoke about earlier with Epic Games, leverage that most directors can't, put a project on pause for a year so their preferred actor can get training. But when you're Lin-Manuel Miranda, you can.
Yeah, of course. It's insane. But yeah, besides those, I think I like Be More Chill, but I think there's only one song I really like the most, and that's Michael in the Bathroom. I will always blast that song.
I have not heard any of that soundtrack, so I don't have any frame of reference, sadly, for that one. Send me a link though later for that song, so I can at least listen to that one.
The other musical I listen to a lot as well is the Newsies soundtrack. Newsies is great. It is actual stellar fucking musical.
For me, one of my favorites, it's perhaps predictable. I really like Wicked. I think it's a really good show. Another one that I point to and say, yes, it's really, really hyped, potentially to the point of being overhyped, but it deserves it. That it's so good. It takes
Hamilton is great.
That I love that's similar to Hamilton. It has very smart lyrics. I love that they twist the classic fairy tale of Wizard of Oz on its head and do it so effectively. The original cast recording is just so good, and I've seen a couple of productions of it, and while my mind will always go to Kirsten Chenoweth and Idina Menzel for those particular roles, that I see other people do those roles and they still do it very well. That I've never been someone who can only hear the original actors in a role, because I know some people get a bit married to the original soundtracks because they hear it so much that going to see other productions of it is difficult for them, because it becomes almost, in a way, uncanny valley type of thing, where how it is and it's supposed to be, but just the difference in the actors' voices is jarring, and that they have such an affinity for the original that most people, or I shouldn't say most people, that some people sort of turn their nose and say, oh, well, nobody's ever going to beat the original cast.
No one can beat the original Defying Gravity, my goodness.
But anyways, it is a really good soundtrack. Defying Gravity is a really good song. It just is.
It's just, if you know musicals, that's a song you just have to know. Even if you don't even like Wicked, that's a song you just have to know.
I saw Wicked for the first time, having never listened to the soundtrack. That all I knew was that it was the story of how the Wicked Witch of the West went bad. That's all I knew. I didn't know the twists. And at the end of Act 1, the big turn happens, Defying Gravity, curtain goes down, lights go up. My legs are shaking as I am standing up from my seat during intermission. I was like, what the hell did I just watch?
It's just good. I like this. I've never seen a musical live, but I remember listening to a soundtrack of a musical, go back to the one Hamilton we talked about before, going back to Hamilton, and what was the I felt such excitement listening to Yorktown. Just listen to the soundtrack itself. I'm like, oh my god, this is so fucking hype. This is so great. Everything just happened. There's a lot of I don't really keep a lot with some musical. I have 10 or about 10 that I just constantly go for, and I sometimes devil out to other ones. But besides I have 3 go-to songs for musicals. in just general, and that's She Used to Be Mine from Waitress.
Okay.
Michael in the Bathroom, of course, and I love to absolute hell Wait For Me from Hadestown.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
It's a great soundtrack.
I have a couple friends who've told me that it's very, very good.
It's a very solid one.
That's one of the troubles with musicals, that similar to games, that there's so many. Unless you're a super diehard, there's always going to be those blind spots that you haven't heard yet. But it even if you can't see a musical live, that hearing a musical's soundtrack for the first time is still its own really impactful experience, and just that and fortunately for something like Hamilton, that the entire show is sung, that you can listen to the soundtrack and you have heard every word in the show. For something like Wicked, there are just normal acting scenes in between the songs, so listening to the soundtrack you don't get the full show. That obviously you hit all the major plot points and you can extrapolate from there everything
what happens.
that you can get everything important, but you still don't get all of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still the type of thing that the first time you listen to a song, that it actually got to the point where this was obviously prior to 2020, when going to theater was an easier thing to do, that if a soundtrack came out and it was a show that I was hearing really good things about, I would say, all right, I want to see this show live, so I'm going to avoid listening to this soundtrack until I can see it live. And sometimes that would mean waiting a year until I can hear it, because I wanted to have that first experience be something where I could see the actors, the set, the lights, and everything. I understand that most people aren't that patient, and
I am
also,
not.
Yeah, and also just I was fortunate to grow up in an area. I didn't grow up in New York, but that there was a good local community scene, and that I've said I grew up in Maryland, so my family would, on occasion, not super frequently, but if we wanted to go to New York, that it was a 3-hour car ride. That was something that was accessible, and that we would either get the 50% tickets, or here's a life hack for buying Broadway tickets. If you buy the tickets at the box office, it is significantly cheaper than buying online, because online they have some major fees that get tacked on. So it's still not going to be cheap. It's still a Broadway ticket, but it's the type of thing that if you go to the box office and ask for, what are the show dates 6 months in advance, and if you buy them in person, and that you're able to do that for planning and get to New York to buy them at the box office, you can save anywhere from $50 to $100 per ticket. So if you have a friend in or near New York and you're planning a trip and hey, I want to visit and we should see a show together, see if they can make their way to the box office beforehand and buy those tickets in person, because it will save you a lot of money.
All right.
Again, for me, so obviously Wicked and Defying Gravity's up there. My favorite show that I ever was in high school was one called Curtains. And it's a show that's not super well known, but the people behind it are. That it was the last Kander and Ebb show. John Kander and Fred Ebb, I think it was that, are the people who wrote Chicago and Cabaret. And Curtains was their love letter to theater. That it is a musical about musical theater for people who like musical theater. That the story is about a company that is putting on basically the equivalent of Oklahoma. And on opening night, the leading lady is killed. And they sequester the theater, and it is a murder mystery that is happening backstage while they are trying to restage this musical with a new leading lady and trying to figure out who done it. And that there's a lot of songs that have to do with putting on a musical, or that are in jokes about musicals. There's even a song called "It's a Business" where their producer sings about, you know, we have to put on shows that are going to sell tickets, that, you know, people aren't going to want to see these high artsy shows. They want to see the crowd pleasers, and that's why we put on the crowd pleasers. One of the big showstopper numbers is called Show People, where it's just them singing about, you know, all the stuff you have to go through to be in show business, but you just love show business. And that was my favorite one, and it is very fun. It's sadly not a classic, but I think it's very witty, and I enjoy mysteries in general, so I also liked it for that. But that's my favorite for many selfish and personal reasons.
Nice. Curtains. I had never heard of that one.
Yeah, it was sadly the last Candor and Ebb show because I believe it was Ebb passed away shortly before the premiere, that they were in early rehearsals, and they actually wrote a new song called "I Miss the Music" that was for him and added it in. That it's this beautiful song where it is one of the characters that he and his significant other have broken up, and it was that one was the composer and the other was the lyricist. So it's the composer singing that, you know, there's the line, "I miss the music, I miss my friend," and that's the thing of Candor and Ebb were respectively the lyricist and composer for all the shows they did. So it was like super hard hitting in so many ways.
That's so fucking sad. God damn. What the fuck?
I'll send you the link to that one later.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that it is overall a very fun show. It's a comedic show. It's a comedy mystery, but they do go super dramatic in that moment. And if you know that, even if you don't know the context, it's a very beautiful song. But if you know the context, it hits hard.
I sure hope they go really serious with that song. It would be awful if they wrote that song and wrote a joke inside it as well.
Yeah, no, it's a ballad. It's really nice.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Gosh. We've already been at this for 2.5 hours. I'm actually still doing just fine. That I took a nap in the middle of the day. How are you doing? Because I know you did your 3-hour stream, so you've been live effectively for 5.5 hours. You still doing all right?
I'm doing all right for a bit more, yeah.
Awesome. When it comes to shows in general, you mentioned to me that you do like rom-coms a fair bit.
Oh my god, rom-coms.
So,
or just romance movies, chick flick movies, actually on the high key are fucking so good. Oh.
Any favorites in that genre?
Find the one. There was one movie where I watched by myself, because there was a period of time in high school where I or my family didn't have internet for like 6 months. We had no internet. Anytime we would want to use the internet, stuff that we would, or like if I had like a school project that was on the internet, I had to go to the public library and stuff like that. And during that whole time, we had a bunch of movies. So I was just on a movie binge. I just started watching a movie every single day. There was one movie that I watched that I had no clue what it was about, but I watched it because it had Keanu Reeves in it, and it was the movie The Lake House. That was a fucking good movie.
I admittedly have not seen The Lake House.
It's an older movie. It's like 2006, but it's a solid movie. I enjoyed it a lot. Something about just those type of movies are just really good. Just really nice movies. I recently watched what did I recently watch? I think it was called, not me opening Netflix to see what the movie was called.
Hydon in the chat meanwhile does agree. It says Lake House is so good.
Lake House is good. I watched that one movie 5 meters apart with like one of the Cole brothers in it. That was a very good movie.
Mm-hmm.
Other romance movies I watched, I unironically fucking love Your Fault in Our Stars. Just
Mm,
Fault in Our Stars, unironically, good shit.
a lot of my watching habits in the past several years have been more anime than live action. So, rom-com has never been a genre that I've avoided or anything. That I enjoy a good rom-com. Everything from old Adam Sandler movies, which usually were rom-coms of some variety. But more recently, in terms of rom-coms for anime, I'm not sure if you're familiar. Kaguya-sama Love is War is one that.
Oh my god, Kaguya-sama Love is War! Holy shit! Wait, isn't the new episodes out?
Yes, yeah. Episode
Season
1
3's
of
out.
season 3 dropped yesterday.
I can't wait to
I watched it today and I
regularly.
couldn't stop smiling. I freaking love that series.
I love Love is War a lot. I think Love is War is fucking a great fucking anime. I love that one a lot. So just like romance or just rom-com type animes. Love is War is fucking lovely. SNAFU is a great one, although I've yet to watch the final season because I'm scared of what the ending would be.
Wait, which one was that?
SNAFU, My Teen Romantic Comedy.
Oh, yes, yeah.
SNFU is a lovely one. I have a weird guilty pleasure in the show Rent a Girlfriend.
Okay, I watched that one. That one, I had mixed feelings about. It was an interesting
I love
show.
all the side characters. I don't like the main character, but I keep watching it because the side characters, I'm like, you will have a good ending, right?
That was, I give it points for just doing stuff differently.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like they wound up on a bit of a treadmill that it felt like they were making progress, but then they just sort of reset the characters. And it's like, did you get amnesia of what you did in the past 3 episodes?
Go like 5 steps back, and I'm like, okay, that's Pog. That's cool, I guess.
Yeah, that was the main thing I had with the series. That the character interactions was fun when the progress was made. That was good, and it was just, all right, why do we have to keep resetting? I'd rather see us continue to make progress and do different things as opposed to going backwards. Or if you're going to rehash things like that, at least do it with different sets of characters, because that could be something if it was different characters sort of going through the early phases of relationship, that would make it feel less repetitive to me, because at least it's not the exact same characters.
Now, this next one is more. This one isn't really a rom-com. This is more just drama central with and this is also another guilty pleasure anime. This is one a lot of people judge me for loving, but I like it because it's a garbage show, but it's so much garbage that I need to that I had to finish the anime, and sadly also read most of the manga. Is
what is this one? So
it is called it is. Alright.
Now I'm kind of scared.
It is called Domestic Girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Okay, I know.
It is a garbage fucking show, a garbage anime at times, but it's so much drama that I'm just way too invested.
I haven't seen that one. I have a lot of friends who have told me about it, and told me that it is a glorious garbage fire. I've never heard it called Central before.
It is such a garbage show, but like it's so like I had to keep watching it. Okay. I'm gonna give you like not a full synopsis of the first episode, but just the bits and parts.
I know how the first episode goes, but do give the full synopsis for anyone watching who might not know.
Okay, so it starts off, main character, they are at a karaoke bar or something like that. Meets up with random blue hair girl. Him and blue hair girl have one night stand. Next scene, he's in school. His teacher's hot as fuck. He likes his teacher a lot. Then goes home. What happens? The father getting remarried. What's happening? The wife that the father's remarried to and the wife's 2 daughters are moving in. What happens? The teacher that he likes and the girl he just fucked the night before are now his stepsisters. What ensues for the rest of the show is a 3-way love triangle of, is it incest or is it not?
Yep.
I love the show a lot because it's so bad, but it's so good. But
It's another one of those that I've heard is just, it is a garbage fire that shouldn't be as good as it is, but is somehow...
There's a line of the show that I tell everybody always because I think it's so fucking funny. There was a moment in the show, bit of spoilers. Not a bit, but just a small bit. There's a bit of spoilers. Uh-oh. Teacher character finds main character and blue hair girl kissing. Conflict happens. Teacher takes their sister out of the room. They have an argument. The sister's rebuttal to the teacher is, and I quote, "It's not like we're blood related or anything." That is an insane line.
It's the line that's been said a million times before, but it's the thing that they said the quiet part out loud in the show itself.
Yeah, the fact they said the quiet part out loud, I was like, holy shit, no fucking way. Oh my god.
But
Hot
hey,
garbage.
respect to them. That's one of those shows that I look at and I say, even if it's not the type of thing that I'm going to seek out and watch, I recognize that this show knows what it wants to be and is what it wants to be, and I respect that.
It is fucking insane. I love it. Going off of the dumpster fire that is that show. This is just an animated show. It's not really, I wouldn't call it romance. I call this anime more like a redemption anime movie, and that's a Silent Voice, which is my favorite. Which is my favorite movie in just film in general of all time because of personal reasons.
It's a very good movie.
It is a very, very good movie.
Very
I love that
emotional movie. Have tissues.
Yes,
What?
you will cry. I like this movie a lot, and I think the English dub did a pretty solid job. Not as good as the sub version, of course, but the English dub is actually very solid as well. Fun fact, there was a period of time where I tried voice acting, aka I would go to casting call and submit voice lines to hope to get on the show. There was a period where I wanted to make fan dubs of certain scenes in animes. If you know the balcony scene, I did a dub of that, fan dub, of me doing those lines. Never posted it, and no one will ever see it. That's just a fun fact.
Here's what you do. You make it a goal for a subathon or a charity event.
God, no. That thing will stay buried for life, and I will never bring it up.
Well, make it a very high reward.
I already had a goal of where I did a demo reel, voice acting demo reel, and I already uploaded that. I unprivated that video for a goal. I don't know if I can do the fan dub. That's too much. Another show, anime show that's semi-romantic, like not that I enjoyed a lot was this one's on Netflix. I don't know if you've seen that one yet. It's Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop.
Haven't seen it yet. I saw that it was nominated for the Crunchyroll Anime Awards, and I saw it and was like, I haven't heard of this one. But to be fair, the only two I had heard of from last year was Demon Slayer Mugen Train and the Evangelion movie. So I do need to see that one. But I take it it's good.
I had the lowest expectations for that show because I didn't think it would be that good. I finished it and be like, damn, that was pretty solid. That was a solid show. Would watch it.
Seek that one out.
I think that's just for romance shows that I've
now,
watched.
The other type of show you mentioned you really like are ones based on true events, and you specifically called out Coach Carter as one that you've watched recently.
Yes.
Now, Coach Carter, if memory serves, that is a basketball coach, I think.
Yes. Coach Carter is about a basketball coach who took a probably the worst basketball call it a high school team into one of the best ones that ever was and that ever would be. I love movies based off of true stories of either people or groups, individuals. Another example was Freedom Riders. If you never watched Freedom Riders, you should watch it. It's actually amazing.
I know about Freedom Riders. I've not seen it myself.
It was about a teacher who once again takes like a really like bad group of kids. You know, they're all surrounded by like gang violence, culture differences, and a bunch of that. And they take these group of kids who probably had no chance in graduating high school, going to college, and they made them all into like very successful bunch. All of them going to high schools for the first time in their families and stuff like that. Other movies I loved was like The Blind Side, or movies that's like based off of books, which is like Stand By Me. I love Stand By Me a lot. You know that one?
Again, one that I know, one that I haven't seen. One of my favorite true story films that, even if slightly dramatized, it's an older one now. It's called October Sky. It is the story of a man named Homer Hickam who grew up in a coal mining town and went on to become one of the most successful rocket designers at NASA. That he saw Sputnik flying across the night sky, and it inspired him, and that he had wanted to find a way out of the coal town that he grew up in, and just him making his way into school, and just there's the classics of, you know, working your way up, but then also I don't want to get I won't give it all away of how things happen, but there is you know, you see him shoot off many rockets, just having these different experimentations, different designs, and then, you know, shooting off rockets out in a field. And then one day when he shoots off a rocket, a fire happens nearby, and people think that it's because his rocket landed somewhere and caused a fire, and that using calculations, he has to prove that he didn't cause this accident. And it's just a very good story about a couple of very smart people getting to where they got. And then, like I said, he eventually became a one of the main engineers at NASA. So really cool one.
I think I love movies that isn't like super plot heavy, and instead of it being like super action packed, super like drama packed, it's just a movie about just people living their life.
Yeah, the character studies.
Yeah, the character study type movies. I love those. Whether it's like, that's why I like based on true stories, because a lot of those are just, you know, just about the characters themselves. But I also love movies that's just about books, like really good books. Like there was a movie I watched on Netflix that's based off of a book called The Fundamentals of Caring, and that is a fucking solid movie. It's not based on a true story, but it is based off of a book. It's very fucking good.
Ooh, Haydn in the chat also mentions Remember the Titans. Haydn, I think you and I probably are about the same age, because those came out that October Sky and Remember the Titans came out within a few years of each other. It was the late 90s or early 2000s. And Remember the Titans, if you like Coach Carter, you'll like Remember the Titans.
Yeah, Remember the Titans is such a good movie. Oh my goodness. I watched that one recently again. I watched that one a long time ago. It's such a solid movie.
So I guess between that and Coach Carter, so obviously it's very clear that you enjoy based on true story films in general, but sports ones seem to then stand out. And to be fair, based on true story sports stories are really good, because it's something that's very tangible, relatable, or at least understandable in the sense of, you know, people going through, you know, a playoff system.
It's have you seen
Have you seen Cool Runnings?
I've yet to see that one. But I think the reason like the sport ones point out so much easier is because those are also ones that's very just humanizing type movies, which I love a lot. Like another one that is also sports related. As a person that doesn't like sports, it's surprising how many of these movies I've watched, which is The Blind Side.
Yeah. Yep.
Very, very good movie. First, I watched it recently for the first time like a few months ago, and I was like, oh my god, it's been how did I not watch the movie for so long? It's such a solid movie.
Yeah. Cool Runnings, the one I mentioned a minute ago, is the story of the first bobsled team from Jamaica to qualify for the Olympics. Because naturally, if you live in Jamaica, bobsledding is very difficult. Because
I would
there's no
imagine
snow in Jamaica. So the opportunity to train in any capacity for bobsledding was not something, especially, several decades back, that was a thing. So it's the story of this, naturally the improbable team, because just their circumstances for any given sport. Bobsled was certainly not the one, and them being able to train and then qualify for the Olympics and be the first people to ever represent their country in the sport at all, because just, that people from the country I don't know if they had ever even actually gone out to the Olympic trials, and if they had never actually qualified for the games. Definitely another one to add to that list. But I have seen The Blind Side. That one is very, very good, and that was a cool one to see, because at the time that it was released, the person that was the subject matter of it, Michael Orr, was still active in the NFL. He played for the Ravens, memory serves.
Nice.
Yeah, really good ones. Amidst all of this with, musicals, games, media, rom-coms, based on true stories, that you yourself as a content creator, as you mentioned, have been in content creation and streaming for a bit over 5 years now. It's been a lot, and that you really enjoy just sort of the concept of content creation. And I feel like most people who stream have to enjoy the concept of content creation on some level, but that it has become a particular area of interest for you, just in how you run your own stream, but also expanding things into TikTok and YouTube.
I've been sharing for about since 5 years, like I said. I love talking about content creation especially with other people, or just knowing other people's insights of content creation, because this is such a new thing still.
Oh yes, this is still the Wild
developing
West.
That there's so many different opinions, ways, methods, approaches people have to this growing industry. It's very cool to see what works, what doesn't. Some things that works for others may fail miserably for some, or some things that fail miserably is gonna just become a new thing, or one person is gonna have such an out-of-box idea that it becomes the new norm for most after that. I love seeing content creators, just how they function, because admittedly, in my opinion, any person who tries doing content creating, y'all crazy as fuck. Because this shit is weirdly very much just different and not the norm. So the fact that you just want to do this, and the fact that you have ideas of how you're gonna do this, is very cool to me.
And I guess historically speaking, there's very few parallels for content creation as we know it today. That I guess when it comes to YouTube, that in some ways it's new age filmmaking and release, that you no longer need a studio behind you or to go to a film festival, that you can do a thing and put it up on YouTube. But for streaming, that the closest historical analogy I can think of is just street performers, that you are putting yourself out there for passersby to see and hoping to draw a crowd. But naturally,
Something sticks.
that
naturally streaming has so much of a higher potential than street performing that you have people now who, all right, a successful street performer might be able to pull a crowd of like 50 to 100 people, and that's insane, and that you have a bunch of people around you. Successful streamers will have stadiums worth of people watching them.
Thousands and thousands of streamers. I know Minecraft streamers are big. Minecraft streamers terrify the fuck out of me because they can do they will play Minecraft and pull in like almost 100K at a time. People like streamers like Technoplay pull several hundred of thousands in a stream, and that's such an infallible number to think of.
That is 2 football stadiums worth of people.
Yeah. It's so great seeing how streaming has flourished and changed, because I remember back in like 2017, if you had like 5K viewers, you were fucking so big. You were amazing.
Oh yeah, you were on top of the world.
Average is like minimal 10K, 20K, 100K, several 100K viewers. You know, it's insane to see the booms that happened. Like I remember. Streaming was like a very slow like starting thing, and then it blew up because of Fortnite and Ninja and Drake. I remember when like Ninja had like 1 million viewers in a stream at one time.
Yep.
What a fucking accomplishment that was.
The Ninja and Drake Fortnite stream, I think, will go down in history. Like, I think that business school case studies will reference that stream, whether it be with regards to Fortnite, because I think it was historically significant for Fortnite. That Fortnite had been getting very, very big. That stream alone brought it into the public consciousness. I remember I was hearing my local sports radio station talk about that stream. When sports talk radio has been hijacked by a video game, you know it's big.
Yeah.
And I think it meant so much for gaming as a whole, because not only did it elevate Fortnite to just, stratospheric levels, but I feel like it really introduced a lot of people who weren't into streaming to the concept of game streaming, and that game streaming, just watching it, can be so fun.
Yeah. I think in my opinion, there could be more, but in my opinion, there are 2 major booms for just streaming, especially on Twitch. And the first boom was Ninja and the whole Fortnite craze, because that brought a lot of new creators to the platform, not a lot of new viewers to the platform, because we know it exists. They wanted to see what the new thing is. And the other one is, although is semi-depressing, but it's very true, based off of like statistics like that. COVID had a very big impact on the
You're not wrong.
Of Twitch.
You are not wrong. That
so many new creators, thousands and thousands of new viewers are on a site, because everybody's looking for some sort of escapism from, to be honest, a very depressing 2020, which is what it was.
That's more or less why Vtuber Talk exists. That I had been into watching streams before 2020, that I frequent Twitch a lot. But certainly during 2020, the amount of streams I watched dramatically increased. But the reason that I started Vtuber Talk, and this is a story that I've told several times before, is that prior to 2020, I did a lot of live event work. So conventions, concerts, and the like. And in 2020, there were not a lot of conventions and concerts. And the way I fell into VTubing was I happened to see an article about Hololive EN's debut. I had a friend who had tried to get me into Hololive before and shown me a couple clips, and was like, oh, these are amusing clips, but the streamers are in Japanese, that I might watch a clip or two here and there, but I'm not going to tune into the streams because I can't understand enough. But I saw that the debuts were happening, and I work from home just because of the line of work that I'm in. And I happened to have an earlier schedule at that point in time, because Callie, who was the first to debut, had it at what was 7 a.m. for me, and that happened to be when I started, at least at that point in time. So I was like, sure, I'll tune in and see this. And watching the chat zoom and just seeing and feeling the excitement of it was the closest thing to a live event or concert feel that I had experienced in about 8 months. And it was very, very impactful for me to just sort of feel that again. So that's how I wound up in the VTuber rabbit hole to begin with. And then it was, once I was deep enough in, I was like, okay, I don't want to be a VTuber myself. I don't have enough time to commit to a big streaming schedule. But there had been another talk show that I had seen because someone had too much time during 2020, and 2021 was still looking like, all right, we're still going to be inside for a little bit. So that's where the idea of VTuber Talk came, because I couldn't do live events and concerts and had too much time on my hands and wanted to do something. And here we are a year and a couple months later.
Yeah. I know myself and a lot of other creators probably wouldn't be here or wouldn't be streaming anymore if it wasn't for COVID. It's like that. I know myself personally, I've said this on stream. If COVID didn't happen, I probably would have quit in 2020. And I know other streamers came to streaming because of COVID and stuff like that. I know I'm pretty sure DM mentioned this to me once, that they started because of this. I know a lot of streamers started growing as well because of COVID.
Yeah, there's a lot of people
creators like Iron Mouse, Joel. They all started growing because of, there's more people on the platform, more eyes everywhere, and just a growing thing. I firmly believe, as sad as it is to say, weirdly depressing, if COVID didn't happen, I don't think VTubers would be as big of a thing.
I think you're entirely right, and I don't think it's a depressing thing to say that, yes, it is a negative circumstance that led to it, but
it's very nice that
it's a thing that it impacted so many other things apart from Twitch that, if anything, I consider this to be one of the silver linings. That obviously COVID in 2020, one of the worst things happened in the modern era, but at least a couple good things came of it. That, I'll take the silver linings where I can get them, and this I definitely think is one of them.
Can happen. Yeah,
but I think you are absolutely right that is a major factor for streaming and for VTubing as a whole, because, like you said, just so many people are now staying inside and either need a creative outlet and become content creators that way, whether it be on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, what have you, or just becoming viewers that wanting to have a semi-social experience. And that, I don't say that in the sense of parasocial relationship with the streamer, but just, chat. That's always been it for me, that I love being in chats. And just, like I said, when it comes to HoloLive level chats, I don't participate. I just watch it Zoom, and I enjoy that as almost its own sideshow. But for anything that is a readable chat, I suppose, where you can at least see your message on screen for more than a split second, that I usually like to participate in chats, and that's where I am a lot of the time. That I don't post much in Discord. I post a lot in Twitch chats.
That's fair. It's a very, very good thing. Also, I think what someone said in chat is also very good. Like, a lot of animes were being delayed in 2020 as well. So VTubers,
that's true. Yeah,
as the nice semi-parallel as they are, is a nice way to fill the void, one would say.
Yep.
I remember, oh god, it was insane. I remember how in 2020, I feel like this was the very true thing. It's not a true thing anymore, but I remember in 2020, just being a VTuber was enough of a difference for you to grow super quick.
It was, yeah. If you were in on the ground floor, if you were there early, and that you had a model,
there early and you had something, a hook or something at the instant, if you you can easily get yourself somewhere.
First mover advantage is very real in business, and it was very real in VTubing.
Now,
market is saturated. You need to stand out more than just having a model.
Stand out something more. You can't just be a VTuber anymore to grow.
Yeah, and although it's not impossible anymore.
I will say, for some, it can just being a VTuber can help you grow, but that's also because the person probably spent thousands of dollars into the start.
Yeah,
So
or you'll have cases of people who were already in content creation, and like some were really big, but
and then they
Poppy,
became
for
VTubers.
example, like Poppy had been a facecam streamer for a very long time before getting into VTubing, and he had sort of he had a community for sure, but moving to VTubing, he found a much greater impact and a lot of growth there. So
I think creators that I can name off my tip of people that was creators before VTubing that popped off a lot was, of course, Poppy. I know Joel was. Bao was a great example. Takahata. All these other creators that became VTubers and grew more because of it. It's very cool.
yeah. Vox in chat, big streamers are good, but when your message disappears in a second and they can never possibly respond to everyone, there's not much of a difference between that and seeing a bot. But I think that there's something to be said for the I feel live energy that, and I can feel the difference myself in experiencing a chat live versus watching a VOD, but I recognize that's something that might not be as different for everyone.
Yeah. I myself personally, I love going to big chats, and I love the culture of big chats because they have a sense of it's weirdly pleasing just seeing people just spam emotes in a person's chat and the occasional jokes every once in a while.
Yeah.
There's something really I love that, to be fair.
Like I said, that was one of the things that really got me, and that it reminded me of the energy of concerts or conventions or big events, because it's so many people all being excited over the same thing, and that I would say well over 95% of the people in chat understand that their message is not likely to be seen or read, and they accept that fact, and that the way that people behave in those big chats is going to be different from the way they behave in slower chats, but that it morphs into its own super fun thing. Like you said, just spamming emotes and seeing a huge wall of emotes going, that's its own type of satisfying. Or just, people typing in random exclamations and just seeing everyone react in real time, even if it's, not typing big thought out messages, but more of just sort of, it's the crowd cheering. It's the crowd cheering.
That is one of my goals as a creator, to be honest, one day, because I something really satisfying about it, and I would love to one day be at that level. If I never get there, that's fine. I'm very happy where I am and stuff like that, but that is such a nice goal for me. I do hope one day. Chat. I love Twitch culture. I love chat culture. That's why I don't think YouTube can do what Twitch does.
Yeah,
is because it's with Twitch without chat culture, aka like emotes, inside jokes with the community, is so just I don't know how to explain it. It's just really exciting to see.
Emotes, channel points, and raids, I think, are the three primary edges that Twitch has over YouTube. That YouTube has started to get emotes. They don't have animated emotes, and they don't have follower emotes.
They don't have
the lack of raids, I think, is the biggest thing. I think raids are one of the biggest things for Twitch.
I think YouTube said they made a tweet about that those are things that they are working on. But also other great things is stuff like Better TTV. Better TTV itself is a thing that has started dabbling into YouTube. You can sign up for a beta version of Better TTV that works on YouTube, so you can use emotes like YouTube. Or like example, Ludwig. I think Ludwig is a great example for this. Is because if you don't know, he hired a coder to make YouTube chat feel like Twitch chat if you have his own extension. And his chat and the way his chat feels like Twitch, and that's a hard thing to capture on YouTube.
Vivi also mentions they don't have cross-channel emotes, and that's a huge thing.
Yeah,
not just for feel of being able to
have that variety, but also it is the thing of cross promotion for the individual creators, because one thing that Twitch didn't have themselves initially, but they do now, is that if you click on an emote, that you can see where it is from. That for a while it was just you would see the code for it, and that you might sort of be able to extrapolate from there. All right, this is probably the first part of the person's Twitch username. But now if you click it, it brings up and says, this is the channel, and you can subscribe to them right here. And that type of convenience, just for promotional purposes, for discoverability purposes, is huge.
Twitch, despite the problems Twitch has as a platform, I think...
don't get us wrong. Twitch is not perfect.
Twitch is far from perfect. My goodness. But the great thing that Twitch does try their best at is they try their best at making sure the culture of Twitch stays there as much as they can. Despite their lacking sometimes, there are a lot, they try their best, and that's better to say than YouTube at times.
And certainly it is the best that we have.
Yes, that's the true one. A lot of people do complain about feeling lost in the crowd on YouTube because it doesn't feel as nice. Like, if you go to a YouTube stream and you go to a Twitch stream, Twitch has this system where if there's a lot of messages typing in chat, it will freeze for a few seconds and then continue again. YouTube doesn't have that implemented, so if there's like 1,000 people type it at once, they won't have that few seconds of pause time where a streamer can read a message. It will just constantly keep going, which doesn't help a chat feel like a chat,
One of the biggest things for me about YouTube chat, even when it's, a channel that isn't the scale of HoloLive, is that YouTube chat has significantly more latency than Twitch chat. That there's anywhere between a 5 to 10 second delay between when I will send my message in YouTube chat and see it, appear to the streamer. And usually it is a 2 to 5 second delay on Twitch, if not less.
I know,
and that's huge for reaction time, because sometimes, I will put a comment or, say something that I hope is witty, and by the time the streamer sees it, that moment's gone.
The bit's gone. The bit's over, and you're just like, oh, well.
Now I just look silly, so now I don't want to participate in chat as much.
I've tried YouTube streams, and I want to keep trying YouTube streams each time they implement new stuff, because I like seeing how it feels and stuff like that. And I will say that is such a big problem with YouTube, is even if they do fix everything, even if they do get the new emotes, they get all the new things, if the delay is always like 5 to 10 seconds, and I know when I streamed on YouTube, it was like, it's all 10 seconds delay.
Yeah, it's
sometimes
bad.
15. If they don't fix the delay at all, YouTube won't be able to catch it.
It'll be a non-starter.
It'll be non-starter. It'll be so bad to start as a small channell. If you're a big channel and you switch to YouTube, it's fine.
It doesn't matter, because everything's zooming at that point anyways, and you can't keep up one way or another, so it doesn't make as big a difference because of how that changes.
I would use the lower latency as well. Like there's different bit rates you could shoot on Twitch streaming where it has low latency, normal one, or like another one with a bit longer. I would choose the low latency as well, and it would still be like 5-10 seconds, which sucks, because like it also is bad for small streamers as well, because sometimes, myself included, if I say a joke or something, I would want to see what chat reacts to that joke. I want to see a lol or someone saying like LMAO or cringe or some response to it. If I gotta wait like 15 seconds to see y'all response to me saying a joke, I'm gonna cry on the inside.
And it doesn't work for call and response things that you might say, F's in chat, or let me see you use this emote for this thing, and you don't see it for 15 seconds, even if chat is reacting right away, and then it doesn't work.
They can compete with Facebook.
God.
Facebook streaming, as much as they try, is still such a... It's weird to say this. Such a joke of a streaming site.
Yeah,
Mixer had a better chance going against Twitch, and Mixer failed miserably.
Mixer... Mixer is going to make for a very interesting business case study.
It was funny
5 years
because
once people are able to really dig into all that and actually get, I want a combination of metrics, interviews, and
people already have. People have done like metrics and like statistics. Oh, when they spent millions on Shroud and Ninja, Mixer made fuck all back from that.
Oh my gosh! And this
it was a
good on Shroud and Ninja. You know, they got paid. Good for them.
Oh my god, it's insane because they didn't even finish their contracts, but they got paid the rest of the money because Mixer shut down. You know what I'm saying? That is, they did half the work, half the streaming thing, and they still made
got those insane contracts, and then got to go back and have their cake
and
eat it too.
And they got more contracts again from YouTube and Twitch.
Yep. Yeah, because as soon as those were up, it's like, at the very least, people understood that it wasn't Ninja and Shroud that caused Mixer to fail. That it
was Mixer itself.
That people and other platforms understood. All right, Mixer was just a combination of poorly managed and a bit too late to the market. And that the others understood that Mixer had the right idea getting contracted influencers. They just didn't have enough support around them to make it successful.
They didn't have the idea how to do it. They just thought, oh, let's just get the big names, and then that means all their people will come to us. That's what they thought.
And to be fair, it's a good start. It's a good part of a larger plan that I wouldn't call it a misstep, but they didn't have everything else.
It lost too much money.
Oh yeah,
way too much money at the start because of those deals. Very sad, very sad.
Rip Mixer.
Rip Mixer.
But not really.
Not really. You're a really bad platform. I ain't gonna lie. I remember making an account and seeing your UI. I saw it and I was like, I don't even want to test the stream on this
If memory
site.
serves, Mixer's initial claim to fame was that they were on mobile. That they were on mobile before Twitch. And that was a big thing for people who were specifically streaming mobile games, that they could just, bring up the interface and be able to play something like, be it Clash of Clans or whatever on mobile and have that be very easy and accessible. And
Microsoft
there was some cool tech there.
It's funny though that Mixer was I think it was owned by Microsoft, and then the second Facebook bought it, they just shut the site down.
Oh, as soon as Facebook got it, it was we want Facebook gaming and Facebook streaming to be a thing. And like I said, Facebook streaming is a bit of a joke, but at least it was better than Mixer.
They were like, yeah. So we bought your site, right? We don't want you though, so we're gonna shut you down.
They wanted the tech and they wanted the people.
They wanted the tech. They wanted the people. They didn't want the site. The site went gone. It's like what Twitter did with Vine.
Yeah.
Twitter instantly bought Vine and was like, we don't want the app. We just want the people in it, so Vine can buy.
And at the very least, hopefully most of those people still were able to get a new job at the new company, even if the site itself was gone. That I haven't looked into it super deep, but fingers crossed. I would hope that was the case. But it is interesting to see the way things go like that. Also, Spitfire Gunner, thank you for the follow.
I miss Vine. Can I? Honestly,
Vine was a special time.
It's too much. I feel like Vine wouldn't last if it was here now.
Probably not, because too many other sites do what Vine did.
Vine left at a good time. Vine left at a very good time. I feel like if Vine was still here and was still going as a company, TikTok would have beaten Vine. Honestly.
Yeah, Vine proved the viability of micro content. The fact that it was 6-second stuff. And one of my favorite sayings is the lead designer of Magic the Gathering said this: restrictions breed creativity. And he specifically said this with regards to game development. But I think it is something that applies to really all creative forms, that if you have all the options in the world for something, it's hard to have an idea. But when you have restrictions, when you have limits, that's when you start having a path or being forced to be creative in a certain way, because you can't necessarily do the obvious thing. And in this case of just the restriction of 6 seconds, that's all you get. That it led to so much creativity, and it proved that something that short could be not only good content, but content that people would want to watch because it was so bite-sized, and that people would, even if it was only 6 seconds for one, that they would keep going. And that's very much, like you said, where TikTok is right now, that it deals in anything from 6 seconds up to, I forget if the limit's like 1 or 2 minutes.
I could upload 10 minutes videos on TikTok now.
They allow that now?
They allow that. I got a notification for it. I was like, don't you make it harder for me to... This is like not a proven thing, but this is like a very much spectacle, like semi-proven thing. It's not like said by the site, but it's like semi well known. The longer your video is, the less likely it is they'll recommend it to people. It's weird they let you upload 10 minutes videos now. It's not gonna work. But
I think it's them trying to compete with YouTube at this point.
That's fair.
If memory serves, they were the most visited site in the world a month or two ago over Google.
Yeah, they beat YouTube. Also, for those who asked, for the person who said it, Mixer is TikTok. Mixer was called Mixer, and then he changed it into TikTok. So, I think what TikTok has is very intriguing and very interesting. Because I personally don't like the site, as in like how it functions, but I like what they can do with the site.
Yeah. And it's one that I know has led to a lot of growth for a lot of people, just by virtue of the site blowing up as much as it has. That I know a lot of people, and a lot of VTubers in particular, have seen a good amount of success on TikTok, and then translated into a good amount of increased following here on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
You can very much easily grow because of TikTok. I know many people who've grown because TikTok blew up. I know I've seen a bit of that. I had a small boom because of TikTok, but kind of went down because of the TikTok that did blew up was not my main content, which just sucks, to be fair. If it was my main content, God, that would have been so much better. But TikTok can really help boost your channel a lot, especially if it's something really appealing and something people really likes a lot. Nice.
Yeah, it's funny that I have heard of similar stories where people will have a TikTok just take off, but it was them either saying or doing something that is not representative of their average content, and that people came in, but it didn't necessarily stick because
they wanted that type of content.
People didn't get what they were looking for, and it's nobody's fault there, but it is frustrating still.
Fuck the algorithm. I was so sad when that happened as well, because it's one of my most embarrassing TikToks. I don't like, to be fair. It was an uwu TikTok of me like doing uwu voice because of like I was doing a bit about somebody. Cause someone called me, some random chatter called me an uwu boy, and I was like, I'll show you uwu, and I did that, and then it blew up, and I was like, oh fuck no.
Of course, literally the one where you are pretending to be something you are not.
Pretend to be something I'm not. They're like, everyone's like, I like that, and I was like, fuck. God damn it.
Task failed successfully.
It was failed successfully because it was such a cool thing to say. And like see like my Twitch, and my Twitter, my YouTube, and my TikTok were just like flooding with new people. But I was like, oh shit, man. God damn it, wrong one.
I have seen that one. It is a good one though.
I think
even if it is very much not you, it was a funny one.
It's a very funny bit. I won't lie about that. It's very funny. It is a very funny one, but yeah, TikTok is interesting because there can be some very good creators there that does super well, but I think there's also a easy, quick hole people can fall into as a creator on TikTok, especially if you're exclusively on TikTok, where you are only allowed to make one joke to succeed, which is the part I don't like about TikTok. TikTok really promotes like repetitivity of the same joke, especially if it blows up before, and I don't like that side.
Yeah, it's understandable how and why that plays out, both from a follower standpoint and from an algorithmic standpoint.
Because it's the thing that works, so he's gonna keep doing it.
It works. Okay, that must mean that people want more of it, so we will serve people more of it. Therefore, more people see it.
But in the second, like, oh, you're not doing this anymore, we will hide this one. Like, I'm not gonna say but you could very much figure out which is creator as I'm talking about. I get why they still do the same thing every day, because it's what's making them popular now, and it's what's gonna keep making them popular if they keep doing it. I still feel somewhat bad for them, because I know they probably know that they're somewhat stuck in that hole. And
yeah, I'm never going to begrudge a content creator for doing what works, given the algorithm, and for giving what people want. If anything, I feel bad for them, like you said, in cases where I know it's not the content that they want to create most. But
I'm not disappointed. I'm not like shaming them. I really much just like pointing like the algorithm and how the audience is, because there's so many creators in TikTok, or just in creating general, where creators will make things and say things being like, I wish I could do something else, but I can't because I'm stuck here now.
Yeah,
which is
it's sort of
one of the darker sides of creating content. I feel like people don't really talk about.
Yeah, and you have to make the calculated decision based on you personally of to what level are you comfortable writing the algorithm, and then to what level are you comfortable letting it seep into your own content. That I know some people that will be super repetitive and ride the algorithm on something like TikTok while not changing their content on Twitch that much, and while they might not have a high level of retention, that they're taking the gamble of, all right, if I can get, 100,000 followers on TikTok and 5% of them are retained on Twitch, that we'll say more than 5% follow, but like if 1% becomes regular viewers, then I have 1,000 viewers regularly. And that even if I don't change it, that I'll just take the shot in the dark and say law of large numbers, that if I can get a lot there, I can do that here. And that has a medium cost to them of, all right, I need to be super repetitive and consistent on TikTok, but I can still do my own thing here. Whereas others, all right, I want to get a higher percentage of that retention from TikTok, so they might change their content and then say, all right, sort of how and when do I boil this frog of slowly changing my content from what got people in from TikTok
into what I want to do.
What I want to do.
It's hard, because although it wasn't from a big scale, I know how that feeling is, because when I first started streaming, this isn't really what TikTok, we just streaming in general. I played exclusively one game, which was Minecraft, but I made it even worse. I played exclusively one server. For those who know Minecraft, especially online multiplayer Minecraft, it was a server called Hypixel. I would exclusively stream only that, and I streamed that for about a year and a half. I got like a modest following from it. I got like 2-ish K followers from it. In a year, that was pretty solid back then. Had about like 40-ish viewers. It's very solid for how long I was doing it. But I didn't want to do Minecraft anymore, and I had to make you. It's very hard to make a leap from something that you know works to something you don't know if it will work. And it didn't work. I'll be honest. My Switch didn't work because I had people come to my channel being like, "Ari, when are you playing this game? You're not? I'll leave." Which sucked. But it made me a little bit happier, because it was both it was very much give and take, because I lost a lot of viewers, average, but I also enjoyed streaming again.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I said, it's a calculation that everyone has to make, and that calculation can be based on,
enjoyment or
enjoyment, profitability, and the balance of what you need as a person. That some people that, if you are, that since you're a student, that right now, I would imagine that profitability isn't necessarily top of mind, that it's going to be something that's
in your mind for sure, as it should be.
Mhm.
But if someone is making content creation their full-time job and that they are relying on that and nothing else for income, that, all right, having to strain in content is preferable to straining in a retail setting, perhaps, for example, that they are going to be able to make that decision and that they will be okay with it, even if it's an unideal situation.
Yeah.
Whereas it sounds like that you had the freedom to sort of say, no, I don't want to do this. And if it costs me in the short term, that's fine, because I believe in myself and my content that even if this set of viewers isn't here for it, that's fine, because I'm confident that I can find people, attract people, and retain people who want to see the stuff that I want to put out.
Yeah. I love what someone said. Content prison. Content prison is such a
That's a very good phrase.
It's such a bad thing to happen, because although it happens a lot on YouTube and Twitch, TikTok once again is still the worst at it. It's the worst at it. Is TikTok, and it's hard to be variety as a creator, especially when you know something's working but you don't want to be stuck in again. Oh, goodness. I know too many people personally that is stuck in like a content prison of having to make that one content that although they still enjoy, they know they can't really stray too far from. It's sad knowing that it's happening to them. Like I saw a tweet from a Valorant streamer that I just follow. I don't know them personally, that I follow, and they said the words, "I don't love Valorant anymore." And then they tweeted that because they were just venting a bit, and someone replied, "What other things do you stream?" And they said, and this is such the saddest thing to read from a creator saying, they said, "I can't stream anything else because I'll lose viewership." Especially, which sucks, you know?
And that's very true, and it's something that...
And it's a problem that creators ourselves don't really know how to fix.
Yeah, that it's something that you need to set early. That the easiest way to work with it is to set the expectation early, that if you are a variety streamer from the outset and people know to expect variety, that's okay, and that some people might only tune in for certain ones, and that you as a streamer can sort of deal with those metrics and make decisions on what you do and don't play in your variety as you see fit. But one thing that I've heard from a lot of people is that if you start, and you mentioned it earlier with Minecraft streamers, that if you start playing just the one thing, that you get stuck.
Yeah, it sucks though, because like you would see people like actually love the game, and they would talk about they love playing this one game, like they don't care about they don't think they'll ever get burned out. But then like a year and a half or 2 years later, they do, but it's something they never expected would happen, and it just sucks to see people go through that time and time again.
And Vivi said that she'd never actually heard the term boil the frog before. So boiling the frog is something that actually originated in a culinary sense, that for cooking fresh frogs, that you would put them in a pot of water that was at room temperature, and that you wouldn't put it to boil immediately, because if the frogs, felt suddenly water getting super, super hot, that they would jump out. But if you just slowly turn up the temperature, just very gradually, incrementally, that they don't notice the temperature changing until it is boiling and it is too late. And boil a frog is basically slang for the process of slow incremental change to achieve a large-scale change. And this can be used in anything from, like I mentioned, cooking, content creation, politics, you name it. And that in content creation, it would be the type of thing where the the way someone might approach it is, okay, if I'm a Valorant streamer and I play Valorant all the time, that maybe I say, all right, we're going to have random game Wednesdays, and that you make an event out of it, and that it's, okay, just on this one day, that it's a special thing, and that we're going to do a different game every Wednesday, but I'm still a Valorant streamer, and that this is, it's an event thing, but, you want to tune in for the event because it's still me, and that you start that way, and then you say, all right, we're going to have random Wednesdays, and we're going to have Smash Brothers Saturdays. And that just slowly but surely over time, you can diversify your content in a way that is not jarring to your audience and sort of train your audience to see you as a variety streamer. This does not work for everyone, but this type of incremental change is...
It's the best way to do it.
It's the best way to do it if you're gonna do it, because usually streamers, from what I've read, if a dedicated game streamer switches to a different game, that they will generally lose at minimum 1/3 of their viewers, minimum. And they will usually lose anywhere from 50 to 60% of their viewers. That it will be a lot. But if you do things like that where it's sort of a slower change, and especially if you're able to bake it in with events and make it a thing that people want to tune in and give you that chance to show that you can do content in things that they aren't used to, that it's sort of the foot in the door thing, that if you can get them in just a couple of times, that because it's usually not that people will see, oh, Valorant streamer isn't streaming Valorant, and I tuned in and I didn't like them not streaming Valorant. I'm looking to see Valorant content, and I see that they are not streaming, so I simply won't tune in, not because I hold anything even against the streamer, but it's not what I'm looking for, then that you want them to make them look for you as a content creator more than any given game.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. I saw Spitfire say in chat, play whatever you like is the best choice, I feel. Yes and no, I feel like.
Yeah, yes and no.
Yes and no. You don't really... It's hard to explain it, but I feel like as a creator, it's hard to tell people play what they want, but also because sometimes that may not work to an extent.
If you are looking to be a hobby streamer who isn't expecting to make any money, playing whatever you want is absolutely the best choice.
If you want to grow as a creator and you want to actually become a big streamer and make this your living, which is what I'm trying to do, and I know a lot of other creators are trying to do, you kind of have to play what's trending sometimes. Yes, you should play what you enjoy. You should enjoy what you're playing as well, but at the same time, you have to sometimes play what works, because you don't want to... You have to find a nice balance, because you don't want to play
about the meta.
Yeah, you don't want to just play only what the big games are, because you'll get burned out, and also it's the big game for a reason, because it's also very saturated. But also, you don't want to play games that no one's heard about, because it'll get to a point where if it doesn't work and no one really joins in, you will just be playing to yourself.
Yeah.
At that point.
In a very natural sense, people want to see what they are either familiar with or what the new thing is. And I have heard of some people, when a new game comes out, that they won't play the new game, but they will play something that is tangentially related to it, because the new game is super saturated, and there's so many people playing it that if someone is looking to see the new game, they can go to a million places, and it doesn't necessarily need to be you. But if you're one of the few people that's not playing the big game right when it comes out, you suddenly have something unique. But if you know that people are in the mood for a certain type of thing, that in the case of, Elden Ring has been super big, a bunch of people were playing it, that if you, on that first weekend, or, after the first couple days, after the initial hype dies down, when, yes, most people are just going to watch Elden Ring because it is so new. But if after that first weekend, that first week, you play Bloodborne, or you play Dark Souls, because people are currently in that genre high, but they might be a little bit tired of seeing the same quest that they've seen for the past weekend or week, that you can then ride that wave in a different way.
Yeah. To be to be honest, Spitfire, because I see you said the stream meta is insane. Content creation meta is just
insane.
is just insane. Eh, I feel like, although this is, yes, true, a lot semi easier than most things in life, for a career to grow. It's also it's also a very hard one, for two reasons. One, it's still very unknown. People are still learning as it goes, and two, it's mentally draining.
Yeah, even extroverts can have social burnout. Absolutely happens, and that even people. I'm the type of person who is very much energized by doing a stream, by working a convention or doing a show. But at the same time, there's just a limit that everyone has, and some people's limit takes a longer time to reach than others. But it's the type of thing that if you don't know your own limit, wherever that limit may be, if you aren't doing things that make sure that you don't surpass that limit in an unhealthy way, whether it be after a day, a week, a year, that's when burnout happens. And it comes down to self-awareness, and it's different for everyone, but being able to know where your personal mental lines are is one of the greatest pieces of knowledge you can have as a content creator, and honestly as a person, whether it be, just in your own daily life. Knowing how to handle that is very important. And to be fair, it's a learned skill, because there is no metric for it, and especially since it varies from person to person. But it's just being self-aware and realizing, okay, I've burnt out a couple times before, and starting to notice either telltale signs or realizing what level of frequency might lead to it. And like I said, always different. But if you are cognizant of it, it's not too difficult, I think.
It's still bad because you realize it's happening, but at the same time, it's better because you can
stop it before it becomes too bad.
You can try your best to make sure it doesn't fully happen, and you can get a bit better.
Oh yeah.
Also, what Vox said, when you make content creation your job, every little thing does matter a lot more than people realize.
Yeah.
As a person who last year made only their income through streaming, and streaming is technically quote unquote their job. I'm living off of this. Every little thing does matter. But everything does matter. But it's also it's a very big process of how to learn this whole thing.
Yeah. It's really unlike any business that has ever existed, because entertainment has existed and show business has existed, but
not like this.
Not where everyone is basically their own. Everyone is an entrepreneur in the industry.
I feel like one of the biggest challenges is pretty much just mental for this career.
Yeah.
Because you can have outstanding success and stuff like that, but if your mental's fucked and you're not doing anything about it, you're gonna dip so quickly. Example. I think this is a semi-example. He's not a content creator. He's just an artist, a great person. Bo Burnham talked about this with mental stuff in his career. For those who don't know, he stopped doing live shows because his mental is bad. And that's showing one of the things of stopping it before it gets too bad. For him, it got really bad, which is why he stopped. And then he came back with Inside. But that's another thing. The mental things that creating content takes is very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if even as soon as 5 to 10 years that you're going to see a lot of things about content creation come out in the form of movies, based on real life stories for some of the bigger content creators, documentaries about the industry as a whole, books on, how-tos. I would not be surprised if there are going to be dedicated psychology and self-help books for content creators.
I love creators that does health stuff now. A big example is Dr. K.
I'm not familiar with them, but I'm not surprised to hear that there are at least a few people who are making this their content.
He does content based off of the mental and psychology of just gamers and stuff like that. And I don't know if he does that much anymore because I don't hear a lot about it. But
Hopefully
I know before last year, I know last year they would do one-on-one interviews with streamers where it's basically just a therapy session where they talk about their struggles of creating content or just life things in general. And it's very interesting because that's like stuff creators don't usually speak about a lot. So when you do get to peel back a little bit and you see a little bit of like what ticks behind the persona, it's for me it's the most fascinating thing in the world.
You mentioned on your stream earlier tonight, because I was lurking as I was prepping everything, about being a teacher and like what type of teacher would you be, what subjects would you actually want to teach. I think that Professor Kadu actually is not teaching any traditional subject, that you are teaching the psychology of content creation.
I love
that. I think that's the area of study that if you were to ever end up as an academic, that would actually be it for you.
Because
not math, not English.
The psychology of content creating is such like it's such a known but also such an unknown thing at the same time. It's amazing. It's amazing.
We are living in, I would say, the later half of the Wild West, but still the Wild West.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Yeah.
Professor Kadu, do it. Boom, got it.
Professor Kadu.
Okay. There's obviously just so much that, especially like we mentioned, because of 2020 and how everything went, that content creation is now bigger than ever, and that there's so many people getting into it, and that if you get into it not preparing yourself, you can get burned. And that people don't necessarily realize it, but that fortunately, I feel like stuff about this is becoming more understood, at least, even if not on a deep level, on a basic level. That on a surface level, people now recognize and understand the concept of burnout. Mm-hmm. And even that level of awareness makes a difference.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the big showings of it is recently a lot of people, I know I mentioned how like COVID was like a big boom for like streaming. Well, now that things are becoming semi-normal, it's actually Twitch has actually decreased in average viewership.
Yep.
And I think we're seeing that with people going back to school, going back to a bit of a normal life after it. It's also becoming more apparent as well with, sadly, stuff like graduations with creators, where the creators, now that stuff's getting a bit normal, that they don't have time for making content, or like mental stuff with content is being kind of all mixed up, that they have to take a break from it as well. I think within the next few years or so, we'll see a very solid change in creating content and just in general and how it works.
I think that I do not foresee a time where content creation looks vastly different every 5 years. That I think that's very plainly been the truth for the past 25 years. That just the way that technology grows, in terms of accessibility, that, like we said, 5-10 years ago, VTubers couldn't exist at scale because we didn't have the tech for it, the VTube studio, and all this didn't exist. So what's going to exist in 5-10 years from now? And that I think that cycle will just continue of I said I feel like we're in the later half of the Wild West, but I'm now second guessing myself that
I feel like
it feels like the later half.
I feel like something big in the creating sphere in general is gonna happen soon. Not in like a few years, but like soon, like this year or next year.
Do you think that would be in a technology pivot, in a
content pivot? Because I have a small feeling. I don't know if this could happen, but I have a small feeling that within the next few year or so, especially with VTubers are gonna start dabbling into IRL content. We already see that now with VTubers and IRL content. And I feel like it's gonna get to a point where, like how IRL streamers became VTubers are gonna become IRL streamers.
Crossing the barrier in the other direction.
Yeah, crossing the other direction. Examples like a big example I think is Kadu Miku, who does both right now.
Yeah, and I know a good number of people who do both.
And I know a good number of people that like wants to do both as well.
Yeah, and I feel like talking about boiling the frog, that even if it is not deliberately figuring out phrases, even if it is not deliberately done with the intention of eventually doing full IRL streams, that hand cam streams for VTubers, it would be an example of the first step in boiling the frog. That, okay, you see something that isn't the virtual avatar, and that you sort of break the immersion on that initial level, and that first step, that foot in the door, can then make it so, all right, do hand streams, once as a special thing, and then make it, a bit more frequent, and then eventually maybe do a face cam stream, and then shift as you see fit. And like I said, I don't think that many, if any, people who have done hand cam streams are doing hand cam streams thinking in the back of their head, okay, this is the first step in becoming a face cam streamer. I don't think so. But I think that if they were to choose to make that switch and say, oh, this is something I'm interested in, that starting with hand cam streams, I think, is a logical step. If someone were to want to map out a longer term plan with that intent, even though I don't think that is something that is, I don't think it's likely that that is the case right now, but that I think is an avenue for people who want it in the future.
I agree.
There's just so many things about content creation. Obviously, I'm honestly not even the best person to talk about, because I am a hobby streamer, plain and simple. I have
to be
watched
fair,
a lot of streams, so
I think the perspectives between hobby streamers and like career streamers is also a very interesting take, because there's I feel like as like a person who does this as a career now, and person that used to do this as a hobby, my perspectives and mindset has changed a bit. But sometimes I think hobby streamers such as yourself can help give people who want to do this as a career a better insight as well. Even if that's not like your goal or stuff like that.
Yeah, and for me, I think that a lot of the commentary I make actually is more a result of me being someone who went to business school specifically for marketing, and has always been a bit of a business geek, and finds this fascinating from that angle. That for me, it's not necessarily the psychology, but I find very interesting the how and why people like things,
and why it's changing.
Yeah, and why, yeah, and how people are able to enjoy things in different ways, because that, for me, that's what I like about marketing. That marketing is getting people to realize something that they don't realize they like yet, but getting them to realize that they like something.
So you do marketing you're intrigued with?
That was what I initially went to school for. It's not what I do now full time, but I still very much have that mind.
Have you watched Atriarch before?
I have not.
He is the lead marketer, not lead, but he is a marketer streamer who also is a full-time at NVIDIA for marketing. And he sometimes does segments especially on like Mondays, where he goes into depth of trends and markets on the platforms or just in general. Like the recent thing he did was he posted a video about the recent online trends that's been happening around and how it could affect streaming or just trends and just in general that's just happened with just people and how that could affect anything. If you are intrigued with that, I would recommend checking him out.
Yeah. Send me the link to their channel after the show. I'll definitely look into that. Like I said, I have not wound up doing marketing professionally just due to circumstance that the work that I do right now is based in QA and a bit of production. And don't get me wrong, I still very much enjoy that. But I went to school for business and marketing. That's still very much how my brain functions in a lot of things. And I've said several times tonight, like I want to read a business case study about this, that, the other, because I just find these types of stories very intriguing.
Oh, it's very much fascinating. Yes.
And that's sort of where I come from. And part of it is also that since I do watch a lot of streams, even before doing Vtuber Talk and everything, that while I cannot necessarily personally speak to content creator burnout, that I have seen it happen secondhand a fair bit, and that it's something that I've paid attention to as a observer, because it's something that sometimes the viewer can actually realize it before the content creator at times, of just sort of one of the easiest ways you can lose viewers during or in the early stages of burnout is negativity in your content creation, that people can tell usually if something is off, especially if they have watched your content for a long time. I guess that's sort of my Professor J VTuber Talk type of hat, that pseudo academic for what it's worth.
Love it. I actually love it. It's great. Yeah, there's a lot one could talk about content creating. I say this every time, but I don't do it for the sheer fact that I don't know too much, and it's all just really personal opinions about content.
Yeah.
But I always want to do a stream where I just talk about content creating and people's opinions about them. This was an idea I had once, but I never did because I don't know how intrigued people would be. But I wanted to get creators on a stream and ask them only specifically their opinions about content creating and their outlooks on them, because each person has, even it's slight, has something slightly different that they feel about the whole thing, and it's great.
Start your own talk show, Kadu. I do not talk content creation with every guest that comes on my show. I would say that it comes up in conversation. If I had to spitball, I'd say a quarter of the shows we talk about content creation in any capacity, and I would say in less than 10% of shows do we delve into it to the extent that you and I have delved into it tonight.
Every single talk show or interview show I've been on, I've made them talk about content creating.
But that's
so
because you're
much,
passionate about it.
Because it's just such a great thing to speak about.
No, but
it's so fun.
When we first spoke, I said the big thing that I do on my show, or that I try to do on my show, is that I try to get my guests to talk about things that they're passionate about. And you happen to be passionate about content creation, so this is a feature, not a bug here.
Yeah.
The fact that you've gotten others into the same thing just means that you and the host are doing it right, because you as a guest should be talking about what you're passionate about, and a good host should be facilitating that. So it means that even if they weren't expecting it, that I came into tonight expecting that we'd talk about content creation a good bit. I don't know if the other hosts were expecting it, but if they went along with it anyways, that's good on them.
They were not.
But good for them for going, because that's what a good host should do. So I respect them for it.
Oh wait, I was reading what Spitfire was saying. I think one of the big issue is content creators also feel like they have to make something, or else everyone else will go away. That is just a true thing, though. At a time, I feel like Okay, I saw a creator say this, and I semi-agree with what they said. And it's at the start, it's very much about your quality of your content and what you make and how big you have to make something, like make a new thing or something like that to like get the people in. But once you have the people, you really much could just like just stream as much as possible, and then that would just work in the end. It's half and half. You get a lot of people at first, and once you have a lot of people, you can just stream and just do stuff, and then if those people keep showing up, you'll just keep growing because of that.
Yeah, that's part of the boiling the frog concept of that you want people, even if they aren't there at first for you as a streamer personality, to make it so that eventually people are there for you because of your personality.
Mm-hmm. It's very hard to get people into your stream through just personality, but once you're able to do it, you're gonna do well.
Yeah, that is going to lead to a higher retention rate in terms of viewers, a higher engagement rate, and just flat out better community, because it means it's people who want to be there because of you, just genuinely. That, yes, I may speak of it in some sort of cold metric terms, but those are just measurements of congrats, you found people who like you and that they want to genuinely be there because you mesh with them and they mesh with you, and this is a good fit, and you did something right. And even if you don't necessarily know what you did right, that you did something right.
Yeah, it's very great. It's very, very great.
And this type of thing, just it's so fun for me to watch streamers discovering that, because it is a process, to be sure. And I've been fortunate enough to see some people over the past year really make that transition from either a specialty streamer to a variety streamer, or in some cases just a small variety streamer to a large variety streamer, because they found ways to find people that mesh with them and that like their personality, and have been able to ride that wave. And those are always the healthiest experiences.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we've been at this for 4 hours now.
Yeah. Well, because we had about like 2 hours of like other things, and then we just spent
and then
2
we
hours
dived. Yeah. Well, you've been at it for even longer than I have, because now this would be the equivalent of a 7-hour stream for you. It is 2 a.m. where you are, 4 a.m. for me. So I want to start winding us down before we get completely burnt out, because like with burnout, you want to know when to stop and have those limits. And I could probably go for a while longer, but I recognize that if at a point I'm going to start fading, and I don't want that to happen. So I have a couple final questions.
Okay.
But then I think we will call it a night for both of our sakes.
All right. Okay.
For starters, do you have any goals for the remainder of 2022? That we're a bit into the second quarter of the year now, and whether it be something that is metric based or just conceptual of, I want to try this type of stream, or I want to get to the point where I am excited about playing Yuga on stream, or something like that. Do you have any goals that you want to accomplish by the end of the year?
Goals I want to accomplish. I want to re-debut soon, and I also want to get partnered. Those are very big goals, but I was able to hit those numbers before, so I think I can hit them again. Besides metric goals, I want to really try to break down that wall I have with singing and start doing a bit more of that type, because I really do want to, but I got a big thing about it that I can't do yet. But I want to be able to do that soon. I really do. As well as I want to be able to go to TwitchCon. I want to go with my first ever convention as well.
Would you go advertising that you are Kadu, or would you go incognito?
It really depends. Depends where I'm at in streaming career.
That's fair. That's very fair.
If I only had an alt, I forgot the password. That's not a joke.
No.
That's not a joke. and I don't want to log into the email because I forgot the password for that one as well. That's okay. Those are my big ones. Is I do want to get close to partner numbers again, because I miss averaging the numbers and I want to excel past that, and I also want to re-debut.
Now, for your re-debut, do you imagine a incremental iteration on your current model where it is mostly the same, or are you looking at something that would be a more drastic redesign?
Who knows?
Classified information. You'll have to stay tuned. Follow him on Twitch
yes
and
no.
Twitter. Find
yes
out in
no.
the future.
I'm still, as long as I can say, I'm still that blue Neko. That's about it.
Kadu is Kadu.
Kadu is Kadu. Kadu is Kadu. The blue Neko is as much the extension as me as I am of it, to be fair. Because I don't play a character at all. I'm very much the personality is what the character is, what my model is, and stuff like that.
Fox says he's getting a choker. We know that much.
I did post this teaser, and that's as much as people will get for now. Because there's so much more stuff I need to do for it, but that is the start.
And then the last question is one I asked all my guests. What does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but to you, Kadu, what does it mean to be a VTuber? And I've had all sorts of answers. Some people have had something of a clinical answer where they say, it is a tool in my arsenal as a content creator. It is a mask that I wear, and I find it to be a particularly effective tool. Others have had a very personal approach and said, it lets me get in touch with my inner child, or it allows me to be someone that I can't be in real life, or it just makes me comfortable enough to do content creation when I wouldn't otherwise. And there's everything in between. So for you, Kadu, what does it mean to be a VTuber?
It's an extension of yourself, I think, in the end. I, myself, as a person who was a facecam streamer turned VTuber, I became a VTuber because I wanted a bigger extension of myself that isn't just how I looked. Instead, I got a model, and people could look at that instead and attach themselves to that instead. I became a VTuber because I just wanted to do something a bit different that I found online. I thought it was cool. To be fair, VTubing has helped a lot with me. I feel like I'm more in tune with myself as a creator than I was before. And I feel like I've grown a lot as a creator in the 1.5 years I was a VTuber than the 3 years I wasn't. VTubing is cool. VTubing is great.
VTubing is cool.
VTubing is cool. I think, in the end of the day, it's just an extension of who we are, whether we show it or not. It's either what we want to be, what we could be, or what we just are.
Yeah. I asked that question because everyone has a different answer. Any given answer is valid, and that while I never know how someone will answer, when people answer, it always makes sense for them. And that's one of the things I really enjoy about, and why I always sort of use that as the bow at the end of the show, because I think it's a very personal question, but it's always something positive, because people became, and still, if they still are VTubers, it's because they're getting something positive out of it. And I like investigating sort of the root of that. And once again, that for you, I am not surprised at your answer, that it, having seen your streams, having spoken with you for now 4 hours, that it absolutely fits for you. And this has been an absolute blast for me. I hope you've enjoyed as well. I realize I do technically have one more question. That is, who would you like us to raid?
Oh, Jesus, fuck. Who's live at this time?
That is the question, isn't it?
The fuck is streaming right now? God damn it. Who's live?
Well, while he's looking around for a raid target, I'd like to thank everyone in chat and anyone who might be watching on YouTube after the fact for tuning in. You can follow Kadu at just Kadu_channel_. That's both at Twitch and Twitter. The links are there at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to give him one more shout out here on Twitch. And for me, if you feel so inclined, you can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter. It's just Vtuber Talk. Also, thank you, Roxana YCY0 for the follow. Missed that a couple minutes ago. Thank you, everyone from Kadu's channel who stayed up with us this late. I know for some people it might not be too late depending on time zones. For others, it might be absurdly late. But just can't thank you enough for tuning in. Haidon, thank you for the follow as well. This show is something that I do every week. I actually have the next several weeks planned out. It's going to be a couple Saturday shows in a row. So if you enjoyed this and are interested in seeing more VTubers or listening to me talk for whatever reason, that you can, like I said, follow me and tune in. But if not, at least be sure to check out Kadu.
Yeah. I found someone.
Awesome. Who do we have?
Don Koala. The lovely Australian Apex player themselves.
Don Koala channel.
He just went live as well. Love the man. That man, the person we're rating, has so much energy. I wish I had.
I've never actually seen them before. Part of it may be due to you mentioned that they're Australian, so their broadcast schedule probably does not align with my viewing schedule super commonly. Vox, thank you very much for the follow. But I'm going to have to stay up a couple minutes extra just to check him out. So I'm going to move over to the ending screen and we'll do the raid. But I don't have any emotes myself, so just spam some of Kadu's. Definitely make sure to know that he sent you, that this is definitely his choice. And I also just love as a host being able to find new people. That a good number of the people I've had on the show were people that I either got rated into watching someone else's stream or rated into at someone's request on my own show. So I'll definitely have to check out Don Koala. So Kadu, once again, thank you so much for being here, for being part of the show, for staying up late with me. This has been so much fun.
It's actually been very great. I enjoyed this a lot.
Really glad. And again, thank you to everyone else in chat. I will be back next Saturday with another show, but until next time, you all take it easy and I will see you around.